Assembly Chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Seated. First item in the order paper is member statements. Call them here.
I want to take the opportunity this morning to pay tribute to a school in my constituency, a very special school that's close to my heart because it's the one I attended myself, St Colum's High in Ballinascreen. Many of you may have noticed their feature last week on BBC Newsline for a fantastic pilot programme that they've been involved in, whereby they had 3 OT students from Ulster University in the school working with pupils, particularly around the issue of mental health and anxiety, and helping the pupils to identify the physical manifestation of worry and anxiety in themselves, and teaching them, I suppose, coping mechanisms and strategies to deal with this. And as was referred to in BBC Newsline's commentary of this last week, the students who got involved all felt that it was really worthwhile and had provided them with great benefit. Forward thinking and innovative new practices is nothing strange or startling in St Colum's. For a small school, they're always leading the way and looking at new ways of doing things and how to improve life for their school community. And I know that we'll all have had experience of schools coming to us around the issues of mental health and anxiety and all the new challenges that our schools have to navigate as these modern times wear on. And I think that this has been a really worthwhile initiative. Just before Christmas, I had the pleasure of attending St Colum's Career Fair, which is now an annual event whereby they bring all the local businesses together and show pupils the different career opportunities that they have open to them, and provide our local businesses with access to the brilliant new talent that is there right on our doorsteps. And I suppose this is another example of the school community working together with local organisations. I know this is a result of Thrive Sperns, which is led by Workspace in collaboration with the Northern Trust, and in this particular occasion partnering with Ulster University to bring these OT students into the school, providing them with valuable work experience and adding benefit to the lives of pupils and teachers alike. So I want to congratulate everybody involved in St Colum's, particularly Ms McAllister and the leadership team there, on the fantastic work that they're doing, and just urge everyone to believe and achieve.
Gareth Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to welcome the unlocking of funding by the Education Minister Paul Givan under the curriculum-led capital programme to secure a new synthetic sports pitch for Tandragee Junior High. This is, of course, a welcome development and follows on from the decision by the Education Minister to commit to a new build project for the school. This is exciting news for Tandragee Junior High School, and as a past pupil of the school who on many a wet afternoon played on occasions on a very muddy grass pitch, the vision of a new all-purpose synthetic surface is a real game changer for the school. It is important also that progress continues to be made on the new build itself in terms of the forward planning for this exciting new resource. The securing of a new build for Tandragee Junior High School, and also this new commitment by the Minister for a synthetic sports pitch, represents a real and purposeful investment in education provision in the area, and it is certainly a seal of approval for the well-cherished Dixon plan that Tandragee Junior High School so ably caters for. With investment secured for this specific site in Tandragee, as an MLA for Newry and Armagh, I am also very committed to the continued lobby for Market Hill High School, and there is a real and pressing need for investment in that site on the Mahone Road. Market Hill High School continues to perform very impressively as an education provider, and I know that the Minister has visited the school on a number of occasions, and I have again been in communication with them in recent days with regards to continuing work on this development requirement. Market Hill High School deserves investment, and I will continue to make the case for investment in this facility. The school is highly cherished in the town and indeed for miles around, and as a top quality provider, I know that the Principal, Mr Barry, and all the staff work tirelessly to make the educational journey for pupils inspiring and informative, something that is seen in the consistent results of the pupils This enthusiasm and success, I feel, needs rewarded with investment in the site, and I will continue to make the case to the Minister for this important resource in the days ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We're called Danny Donnelly. Our clocks aren't working quite right, but I'll be keeping an eye on the 3 minutes anyway. So, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to raise ambulance handover times. In January last year, the Minister of Health was called before an urgent meeting of the Health Committee amid sustained pressures on the health service that winter. Here he talked about how his winter preparedness plan for this year would be better. It started with a blank page, and it was to involve big discussions with experts about how we reduce pressure on the health service. That's how we were supposed to move forward. One of the focus areas was about reducing ambulance handover waits to 2 hours. Yet here we are, a year later, and we have seen an ambulance that waited outside the Ulster Hospital for 19 hours and 4 minutes before the patient was admitted. This is not a statistic in isolation. It is a person in pain, in distress, waiting almost an entire day and night in the back of a vehicle before even getting in the door of an emergency department. In that same month, 40% of ambulance arrivals at the Ulster Hospital waited longer than 2 hours. The average handover time there was 2 hours and 28 minutes. The Causeway Hospital, the longest wait, exceeded 16 hours. At Antrim and Craigavon, more than 15 hours. Across Northern Ireland, emergency departments remain under constant pressure. In his winter preparedness plan, the Minister set a target that by the start of December, handovers should not exceed 2 hours, yet in several hospitals, a quarter or more of arrivals breached that standard. Last year, Northern Ireland's Comptroller and Auditor General reported that ambulance handover delays led to thousands of incidents of potential harm. These delays carry serious risk. Let me be clear, this is not a criticism of frontline staff. Ambulance crews and emergency department teams are working in extremely challenging conditions for sustained periods. Ambulance handover delays are a symptom of deeper system blockages. When inpatient beds are full, when discharge is delayed, when community services are overstretched, the pressure builds at the hospital front door. Ambulances become holding areas because there is nowhere else for patients to go. We need more than winter plans and workshops. We need to remove the blockages in patient flow. We need proper workforce planning and a meaningful expansion of care in the community to prevent avoidable admissions and support timely discharge. No one should ever spend 19 hours in the back of an ambulance. No paramedic crew should spend their entire shift parked outside an emergency department, and no patient or their family should endure that uncertainty. This means less ambulances on the road answering calls and backs up an already dangerously overstretched system, meaning that those in dire need are waiting longer and are at risk of further harm. These figures should serve as a wake-up call. Managing pressure is not enough. We must fix the structural problems that create it. Thank you.
David Loughlin.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today to recognise an organisation that has stood beside generations of individuals and families through some of the most difficult moments of their lives. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Northlands Centre in Derry. For half a century, Northlands has carried a simple but life-changing message. Recovery is possible, people matter, and no one should face addiction alone. What began in the 1970s as an education initiative grew into something far, far greater. It became a community of support and ultimately a regional treatment centre that has helped people from right across the north. Its work has not only transformed lives, but it has also challenged the shame and stigma that is so often surrounds addiction. It has replaced silence with understanding and has brought hope to those that were in despair. In the city I represent, it is difficult to find a family whose story has not in some way been touched by the care, professionalism and humanity that is offered there. For many, a second chance in life can be traced directly back to the support that they got and received in the Northlands Centre. While anniversaries are rightly moments of celebration, but they must also be moments of reflection. Demand for addiction services are rising, substances are evolving, the challenges facing families are becoming more complex and more urgent. Those working on the front line are clear in their message. Without additional capacity, need will outstrip provision. If we are serious about value and recovery, then we must be serious about investing in it. That requires a joined-up commitment to ensure that the North West has a fully supported, properly resourced residential addiction treatment centre capable of meeting both present and future needs. The people who seek help are not statistics. They are our neighbours, they are our friends, they are our sons and they are our daughters. They deserve more than recognition. They deserve action that matches the courage it takes to ask for help. As we mark 50 years of extraordinary service, I extend my sincere thanks to Tommy and all the staff and volunteers and everyone who has sustained this vital work in the Northlands. I also urge the Health Minister to match that same determination so that hope and recovery remain available to every family who needs it in the decades ahead.
Ciara Ferguson.
This Friday, the 20th of February, marks International Day of Social Justice. It is a day, it's just not a date on the calendar. It is a call for action. It reminds us that poverty and inequality are not inevitable. They are problems we can solve together with the right focus and effort. It is a day to recommit to delivering a society for all, tackling systematic issues including poverty and all forms of inequality and discrimination. To deliver a decent standard of living for all, reliable incomes and secure housing are fundamental. I want to commend Minister Archibald for her continued dedication to the delivery of the biggest upgrade of our employment legislation since the Good Friday Agreement, to strengthen terms, pay and benefits, voice and representation and work-life balance. We must have the same ambition and drive regarding ending housing inequality. Our people need to see and feel a real sense of urgency regarding the proposed reform of the Housing Executive to ensure it can deliver social housing at scale, which is so desperately needed within our communities. We need to have new plans or innovative suggestions regarding the regulation and improvement of housing standards within either the social or private rented sectors here, aside from the changes progressing through the Private Tenancy Act 2022. We need to prioritise and deliver timely repairs and enforcement mechanisms for all failures to address substandard housing conditions. Additionally, there exists no enforcement body here currently regulating those working under the auspices of estates, sales and lettings here, and this is leaving a concerning gap in streamlining standards and safeguarding students, workers and families against rogue traders and unacceptable charges. On this week, as we lead up to the International Day of Social Justice on Friday, I want to urge the Department for Communities to deliver a greater focus on legislative change to improve tenant safety and property conditions, whilst also providing an urgent update to this Assembly regarding the proposed reform of the Housing Executive. Social housing should be seen as a tool for social justice and equality. Access to safe and affordable housing levels the playing field in relation to our families across each of our communities. It also helps to break the cycle of poverty, and it provides the very foundation to improve outcomes.
Michelle Brownlee.
Mr. Speaker, right across Northern Ireland, there are countless families who still carry the scars of violence. Whether physical or emotional, those scars are permanent. Lives changed forever by acts of evil that no community should ever have to endure. Too often, their suffering has been overlooked, it has been ignored, or spoken about as if it were some distant memory. But for victims and survivors, it is very much real lived experience. Today we see so many attempts to airbrush history, brazen attempts to rewrite the horrors of the past and glorify the actions of the IRA. This party has always been resolute. There was always an alternative, and that all violence is wrong. Groups like the Wolf Tones are conditioning our young people that terrorism is normal. Songs like Celtic Symphony and chants of "Ooh ah, up the Ra," "Come out ye black and tans," and "Rifles off the IRA" should not be the norm in any modern-day society. Sammy Heenan, a well-respected victims campaigner, has rightly condemned the advertising of upcoming Wolf Tones concert at the SSE Arena on radio stations across Northern Ireland this week. Sammy has recalled the harrowing events of May 1985, when his father William was shot dead by the Provisional IRA outside his home in County Down. and these are Sammy's words. I followed a trail of blood to an image that would never ever leave me, an image of my daddy lying dead. My father was a civilian. He was an innocent man who didn't deserve to be forced to his knees and shot twice in the head. He never hurt or offended anyone. I was not engaged in terrorism. And I think our young people need to know how hurtful the music of these groups, like Kneecapped or the Wolf Tones, is to innocent victims. The advertising of these groups on national radio causes enormous hurt and re-traumatises the victims of terrorism. Today we make the call for media outlets and venues such as the SSE to have consideration for victims and survivors. Advertising campaigns promote ticket sales and events designed to romanticise the actions of the IRA are an affront to all those who have suffered at the hands of terrorism. Today we also remember the innocent victims of Le Mans 48 years ago. We must never forget the suffering that the IRA has inflicted on Northern Ireland. This party will always stand with the innocent victims and survivors of terrorism.
Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the experiences of individuals within the family court system, primarily in relation to ensuring the welfare of children and victims of domestic abuse is of paramount consideration. Since I joined the Justice Committee over a year ago, a number of constituents of mine in North Down and others across Northern Ireland have reached out to me for help in keeping themselves and their loved ones safe in an incredible adversarial process. The responsibility for family law and its processes in Northern Ireland is something I sincerely believe needs demystified. The Department for Finance actually has responsibility for private family law and the Department of Health for public family law, with the Lady Chief Justice responsible for the proper functioning of the courts and the administration of justice. This can create great difficulties for those engaging with these matters who wish to raise concern and who wish to bring about change. There is so much that could be said of the process, and honestly, much of what I have been told has been heartbreaking and of deep concern from those who are going through the system. There are some clear and emerging high-level themes, and these include the need for an increasing voice of the children involved, the lack of information sharing between civil and criminal courts, particularly in child contact proceedings where there are allegations of domestic abuse, the lack of openness and transparency around the family court processes, and the experience of many victims who feel re-traumatised through family court proceedings with post-separation abuse. The Office of the Commissioner for Victims of Crime launched an incredibly useful report in December called Totally Invisible that focused on the experiences of domestic abuse victims and children engaging with family courts in Northern Ireland. The report includes lived experience of victims and survivors of domestic abuse, and from this the Commissioner develops a really worthwhile set of recommendations. These proposals include presumptions against contact with children in cases of domestic abuse, mandatory training on domestic violence and abuse for all members of the judiciary and legal professions, and reform of the family court system as a whole. I met with the Commissioner-designate Geraldine Hanna last week, who informed me that her office is now taking forward a task and finish group with buy-in from Health, Justice and Finance departments to establish a terms of reference and business case for a pilot of how to work family courts differently. I'm also aware the Lady Chief Justice has issued new guidance in this area last June. This work is incredibly important and positive, and we cannot and must not forget why it has to happen. It's vital to protect parents who have been subject to domestic violence and who are simply trying to keep themselves and their children safe in the toughest of circumstances.
Melissa McHugh. I got Concorda.
Thank you, Speaker.
International
Language Day celebrated at the weekend. This year's day highlighted the role of young people in shaping the future of multilingual education. It is reported that 40% of the world's population does not have access to an education in a language that they speak or understand. Here in Ireland, our Indigenous language faces a different problem. Our Irish medium education schools are oversubscribed, and their schools are now the fastest growing education sector in the north. That is the case despite the fact that for centuries our native language was subjected to deliberate attack to erase it. Indigenous languages give us a unique insight into the land, and they link us to it. They are ingrained in our culture and play an important role in developing our identity. It is predicted that between 50% and 90% of Indigenous languages will be lost in the next 100 years. It is reported that every fortnight an Indigenous language dies because of colonialism or the international languages that came to prominence as a result of colonialism. Yet the efforts of the colonisers have failed here in Ireland. Against the global trend of linguistic decline, the Irish language continues to grow. The Irish language is an exception to that statistic because of its successive and successful revival attempts that have been made. Among those efforts was the founding of Conradh na Gaeilge in 1893, the work of Douglas de Hyde and Patrick Pearse, the learning of Irish in the cages of Longcash. All have contributed to seeing our language revive and thrive. Recently, we appointed an Irish language commissioner, a monumental step forward in the preservation and promotion of our language. That is the clear message of International Mother Language Day. The language lives by being spoken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2025, the consultation on my proposed private member's bill for women and girls in sport in Northern Ireland received strong backing for the need for increased protections in sports here. There's a consistent demand for fairness, safety, equality and better participation and representation for women and girls in sports in Northern Ireland. Women's rights have been long, hard fought for, with some way still to go. But the current day battles are not just the traditional misogynistic ones, but it is the increased attacks from the woke agenda. Women deserve better than this. I was incredibly disappointed at the European Parliament recent decision where they refused to anchor pregnancy to biological sex. This is shocking, and it shows a huge shift in how sex is treated in law. On the 12th of February, the European Parliament adopted a resolution by a vote of 340 to 141, calling on EU institutions and member states to guarantee the full recognition of trans women as women in EU policy and law. And an amendment was then brought stating that only biological women can become pregnant. This was defeated, with 233 members of Parliament voting against it. Mr. Speaker, being pregnant and being a mother is a privilege, and as a mother of three, I find this vote incredibly offensive and shocking. Whilst this vote does not change any treaties or mean there will be immediate changes in our laws, it does shape Commission priorities and influences how equality frameworks are interpreted. This vote shifts the line between biology and the law, and we need to be very mindful of what this could mean for all of us. Reproductive health policy, medical research, crime data, sports eligibility, prison placement, sex-segregated protections all require clarity about biological sex. In sport, these categories determine competitive fairness. In prisons and female-only shelters, they affect safety. This vote is a clear signal that biology itself is negotiable in statutory language, and that has serious and worrying consequences. When a legislator will not state who can become pregnant, it has moved beyond accommodation into redefinition. Compassion does not require ambiguity in law. What will it be next? Are we going to see an attempt to rewrite simple biology and curriculums in our schools? Once again, women and our rights are under attack. Where is the common sense in all of this? Only biological women can be pregnant. The DUP strongly stand to represent common sense and women in these issues.
Mr. Speaker, since my arrival here in Stormont, I have used my position on the Executive Office Committee to attempt to turn the spotlight on the role of the Irish Republic in facilitating and sustaining 30 years of Republican terrorism in Northern Ireland. The facts are undeniable. The arms trial of 1970 exposed something of the role of Dublin in the formation and arming of the IRA. Yet that didn't damage the careers of those involved. Charles Haughey, for example, went on to become the Irish Prime Minister in spite of having to resign from the Cabinet because of his role in the affair. House of Commons answers show that between 1973 and 1997, there were at least 110 extradition requests made to the Irish Republic by the UK. Just 8 were successful. Before the shipments from Libya and the introduction of Semtex, the vast majority of IRA bombs were made with Irish industrial explosives. The IRA had an endless supply of bomb-making material from the south, something Dublin didn't concern itself with. Kenny Donaldson of the South East Fermanagh Foundation gave evidence to the TEO committee a year ago, highlighting that between 550 and 570 murders committed during the terrorist campaign had a cross-border element in terms of planning and/or the escape plan of those involved. Yet in spite of that, there are some in this House who say that Dublin's woeful record is not a matter to be discussed in Stormont. You cannot consider victims' issues. You cannot get to the truth about what happened during the IRA's years of terror, and you can never talk about justice unless you face up to the fact that Dublin was an active participant in the terror. A number of members on the TEO committee need to recognise that fact, and I trust as we go into the forward work programme, this is an issue that the TEO committee will delve into and expose the Irish Republic's role in the terrorism that we have experienced here in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Speaker. Quite often in this Assembly, members stand up to speak out for business. Quite often members in this House stand up to recognise the challenges that they face, rightly so. And that means, Speaker, when we look at the headlines today, we should all look upon them with disgust. That there is still paramilitary involvement in Northern Ireland that is holding businesses in fear and ransom for protection money. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter what queue or what section of society they purport to come from. It is wrong and it is dangerous for paramilitaries to think that they have control over our business community, to extort them for money, for so-called protection, whilst the PSNI say they can do nothing about it. I do not agree with that. I believe as a society, this Assembly should state clearly today that paramilitary influences have no place in our society, regardless of where they come from. Our businesses should be left to thrive. Our business community should be propped up and prospered. They pay taxes quite often in this place. We talk about the huge challenges that they continue to face, facing the very threat of extinction for many of them, long-held family businesses. And that is why, Speaker, when I listen to the headlines today in 2026, to hear that businesses are still living in fear because of the tap on the shoulder about a threat to their own personal life, a threat to their family life, a threat to their business, it is beyond ridiculous. And I would call on the PSNI today, to make clear and show how they're going to stamp this out of our society, because certainly this Assembly will be unified and clear they have no place in extorting businesses or communities here.
Deirdre Hargey, I'll give you a couple of minutes, Ms Hargey.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Building a world-class healthcare system in a new Ireland gives us a once-in-a-generation opportunity to rethink how we care for one another. At a recent health event hosted by Sinn Féin in South Belfast, clinicians, GPs, medical experts delivered a clear message. Operating two separate health systems on a small island has led to duplication, siloed working and wasted resources. With just over 2 million people here in the north, our current system is under severe strain. We face an ageing population, workforce shortages, and ongoing loss of staff who are moving south because of better pay and conditions. This is not sustainable. To protect what we value in healthcare, we need critical mass. Population matters. An all-Ireland healthcare system would allow us to pool resources, reduce duplication, and negotiate better prices for medicines and equipment. Crucially, it would allow us to invest more in frontline services, into doctors, nurses and social care. For patients, especially those living in our border communities, it would mean simpler access. You could attend your nearest hospital or GP surgery without navigating complex cross-border systems. We already have good cooperation in specialist services like cancer and cardiac care, but now we must plan at scale. Serving a population of over 7 million people strengthens our research, training and retention of staff capacities and ultimately better outcomes for patients. Healthcare should never depend on a postcode or income or which side of the border you're born on. We can take what is good from both systems and designing something new. An all-island system with social care at its core would guarantee care based on need and not on ability to pay, because everyone across our island deserves the same high standard of care and outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes members' statements. Members, we now reach consideration stage of the Insolvency Amendment Bill. I call the Minister for the Economy, Dr Keith Archibald, to move the bill. Minister.
Moved.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the Marshal's list of amendments detailing the single amendment for debate. As members are aware, this is a large bill with 121 clauses and 4 schedules, with a single ministerial amendment tabled. In an effort to make the best use of plenary time, at the appropriate points in the bill, I will seek your permission to group the question on clauses and schedules stand part. However, I want to make clear that this does not preclude any member from speaking to or opposing a clause or schedule stand part of the bill. If any member wishes to do so, they can approach the Speaker's table or signal their opposition to my request to group the clauses and schedules when putting the question. The amendment will be debated under the group heading Technical Amendment. I remind members that once the debate on the group is completed, the questions on stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill. If that is clear, we shall proceed. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 1. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 2 to 4 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clauses 2 to 4. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that Clauses 2 to 4 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 5 and 6 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clauses 5 or 6. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that Clauses 5 and 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 7 to 87 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clauses 7 to 87. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that Clauses 7 to 87 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving to Clauses 88 and 89 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 88 or 89. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that clauses 88 and 89 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 90 and 91 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 90 or 91. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that clauses 90 and 91 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. To clause 92 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clause 92. The question is that clause 92 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 93 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clause 93. The question is that clause 93 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 94 to 100 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 94 to 100. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that clauses 94 to 100 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 101 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clause 101. The question is that clause 101 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 102 to 106. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that clauses 102 to 106 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 107 to 117 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 107 to 117. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that clauses 107 to 117 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 118 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clause 118. The question is that clause 118 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to the single group debate, which is explained with the single group technical amendment. I call the Minister for the Economy, Dr. Keith Archbold, to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chairperson. You proceed.
Last Concordia, and before I speak to the amendment, I would just like to put on record my thanks to the members of the Economy Committee for their helpful scrutiny of the bill. As you mentioned in your opening remarks, it is a lengthy piece of legislation with a considerable number of clauses, and it relates to very procedural issues on insolvency, but it's a very important piece of legislation for those impacted by insolvency proceedings and ensuring that those are modernised and fit for purpose. So just to put on record that appreciation for the diligent scrutiny of the committee. Because while officials were dealing with some of the committee's queries, they discovered that there is a minor omission in subsection 3 of clause 119, which is a consequential amendments clause. The main purpose of clause 119 is to enable my department to make any changes which are required to existing legislation so that it will align with what is in this bill once it becomes an act. My department will be able to do this by making orders to effect the changes required, which can include the repeal, revocation, amendment or modification of any existing statutory provision applying in this jurisdiction. The intention is that all such orders will have to be laid in draft before and approved by this Assembly. The requirement for this is in subsection 3 of clause 119. However, it has been identified that subsection 3, as currently drafted, is deficient. This is because it is not stated to apply in the case of orders which make changes to Acts of Parliament made at Westminster. Acts of Parliament are primary legislation and they could be amended to the extent that they apply in this jurisdiction by an order made under Clause 119 powers. Therefore, orders amending Acts of Parliament should be subject to the same form of Assembly control as any other order made under these powers. Accordingly, the amendment which I have tabled is to ensure that this will be the case. The amendment will do this by inserting the words "or any Act of Parliament" into subsection 3 of Clause 119. The amendment is an important one but does not involve any change to the bill policy. I have notified my executive colleagues about it. The Economy Committee was informed about the need for the amendment in a letter sent to it on the 30th of October 2025, and the committee formally agreed to Clause 119, subject to the amendment being made when it met on the 25th of November 2025. Mr Speaker, that concludes my explanation as to why I consider the amendment necessary.
Minister, thank you. I now call the Chairperson of the Committee for the Economy, Mr Philip Brebb.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And before I address the amendment, I will, with your indulgence, briefly summarise the committee's scrutiny of the bill and outline the committee's support for the progression of the bill today and to the amendment tabled in the name of the Minister. The Insolvency Amendment Bill was introduced to the Assembly on the 23rd of June 2025, with the committee stage commencing on the 1st of July. The Assembly agreed on the 8th of September to extend the committee stage until the 12th of December. We then launched our call for evidence on the 2nd of July with 3 substantive responses received. The committee took oral evidence on the bill from the Law Society of Northern Ireland, the Bar of Northern Ireland, the Insolvency Practitioners Association and from an insolvency practitioner. The committee considered the regulation-making powers in the bill and also reviewed the interaction between the bill and the European Convention of Human Rights and Article 2 of the Windsor Framework. The committee noted that none of these provisions raised particular concerns in regards to compatibility with those. The committee deliberated informally on the bill on the 12th of November and undertook formal clause-by-clause scrutiny on the 26th of November. The committee ordered its report be published in early December. The committee welcomed the bill provisions, which are designed to improve efficiency and reduce costs for insolvency proceedings and to bring Northern Ireland in line with England and Wales. The committee noted the provisions of the bill which introduced greater use of virtual creditor meetings and noted also that they were designed to reduce costs and streamline processes. Members were concerned that the increasing use of electronic media may be to the disadvantage of some people with limited access to virtual assets. However, the Department set out clearly their assurances to have robust rules in that regard. The committee considered other matters in respect of statements of affairs, deemed consent, the assignment of cause of action, petitions for insolvency and bankrupt homes. The committee felt that these provisions matched those have been in place in England and Wales for some time and were therefore uncontroversial. This is a very lengthy bill with many important provisions. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the Department for providing a Keeling schedule and for responding in such timely manner to the number of queries raised by the committee. The committee considered Clause 119, which includes powers to make consequential provisions. Clause 119.3 indicated that there were such provisions amended Northern Ireland legislation, draft affirmative resolution shall apply. However, Clause 1194 indicated that any other regulations would be subject to negative resolution. The committee felt that draft affirmative resolution should apply to all of these delegated legislative powers associated with Clause 119. The committee is therefore happy to support the related amendment and has put down in the Minister's name and has support of the committee. Can I take this opportunity to thank the Minister for her engagement with the committee and to her officials. In particular, and out of practice, I do want to name check Mr Reid for all his dedicated work on this regard, who has been very, very dedicated to committee and coming back with the information that we requested. So with that, Mr Speaker, the view of the committee is that we should support the amendment in the name of the Minister.
And I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just rise to support very briefly the progression of this bill. Though it's modest in scope, it is necessary and welcome step in modernising our insolvency legislation here in Northern Ireland. The bill itself brings forward an amendment in Clause 119, also necessary, and I'm very happy to support the bill as it modernises this legislation here in Northern Ireland.
Call Deirdre Hargey.
At its core, this bill is about ensuring that our insolvency framework here in the North remains modern, fair and aligned with best practice. Insolvency law may not always capture headlines, but it plays a crucial role in underpinning business confidence and supporting economic stability. In an economy like ours, built largely on small and medium-sized enterprises, it's essential that we have a system that works efficiently when businesses encounter financial distress. The reality is that not every business difficulty stems from poor management. Many firms have faced extraordinary pressures in recent years, from global supply chain disruption to energy price volatility. A responsive and up-to-date insolvency regime is therefore crucial. This bill provides important technical amendments that strengthen our legislative framework and ensures greater clarity in the administration of insolvency processes. That clarity benefits not only insolvency practitioners and the courts, employees and business owners who rely on the system to ensure that it's transparent and predictable. Given the interconnected nature of trade and commerce across these islands, divergence without justification would create unnecessary complexity. This bill helps to ensure consistency while maintaining our devolved competence. Importantly, effective solvency legislation is not simply about winding up companies. It's also about rescue and recovery, and where possible, saving jobs. A well-functioning framework can provide viable businesses with the opportunities they need to resuscitate, protect jobs where possible, and importantly, create sustainability. That is in the interests of workers and our wider economy. It's essential work, and it reflects the responsible economic stewardship. In strengthening and refining our insolvency framework, this bill contributes to a stable and confident business environment here in the North, and for those reasons I'm pleased to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call David Honeyford.
Deputy Speaker, this largely technical and updating piece of legislation that brings our insolvency framework up to date with the rest of the UK and across these islands, and that's really welcome. The key issue, I suppose, for me through this was balance and making sure we got that right, to make sure people, as just been said, nobody wants to put them or to be in the circumstances of this, and often that can be from things that affect people outside of their own control. So making sure people were protected and family homes were protected was core to what Alliance wanted to see, and as well as protecting businesses and making sure those protections were there for the debts were there. So that's something I'm content with, the balance that we've struck, and this must give clarity moving forward, and it must bring fairness on it, and that's in really different circumstances is something that's hard to find, but I think we've got that. But I also just want to stand to thank the Minister and to our department. But, you know, I'm regularly and scrutinising the department, and I'm feeling like I'm being hard at times on them. But in this case, the department officials, and I'm going to say Mr. Reid as well, as Philip has said, has been outstanding. They've been absolutely first class at bringing us through, walking us through the detail of giving us the clarity that we needed and every bit of information that we wanted at any time, never confusing anything, and just simply walking us through that. They've engaged really constructively, and I want to put that on record as a thanks to the department, that this is an example of how to work with the committee and to do with that. So listen, from Alliance, we're pleased to support this, pleased to support the amendment, and look forward to seeing this come through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I now call the Minister for the Economy to wind.
Go Margaret, Lascan Corlia, and I'm grateful to the members who've contributed to the debate on the amendment. It's a minor amendment, but it's nonetheless very important, and voting to approve it will ensure that all orders which affect changes to primary legislation as a consequence of the bill passing will be subject to scrutiny and approval by this Assembly. And just to note some of the comments that have been made by the committee chair and others in the chamber, and recognising the issues that have been highlighted about the intent of the bill being to simplify and to keep up to speed in terms of insolvency processes, but to importantly strike that balance and to support businesses and others impacted by insolvency proceedings through what is a difficult and challenging time. Like members of the Assembly, I would also put on record my appreciation to the work of officials, because this is a technical piece of legislation and a very detailed piece of legislation, and has been brought through the committee, as I have already said, with diligence. So just to recognise both the work of officials and the committee in that regard.
Thank you, Minister, and members who have spoken. We move to Amendment 1 proposed. Amendment proposed to Clause 119, page 58, line 23, after legislation insert or an Act of Parliament. The question is that the Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 119 as amended stand part. The question is that Clause 119 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving to clauses 120 and 121 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 120 or 121. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that clauses 120 and 121 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving to Schedules 1 to 4 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Schedules 1 to 4. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these schedules for the questions on stand part. The question is that Schedules 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving to the long title. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stage of the Insolvency Amendment Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Members can take their ease before we move to the next item.
Okay, members. The next item of business is a motion on clawback of public funds from non-GAA events at Casement Park. Claire, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the scale of public funding committed to the redevelopment of Casement Park, further notes that the stadium will host major non-GAA commercial events, including international concerts and sporting fixtures generating substantial private revenue, believes that it is unjustifiable for public money to underwrite the scale of funding required for this major commercial venue without provision for the recovery of a proportion of revenues arising from non-GAA use, and calls on the Executive to require, as a condition of any further public funding for Casement Park, that a legally enforceable clawback mechanism be put in place to return an agreed proportion of net revenues from all non-GAA events to the public purse.
Thank you. I call Timothy Casson to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Timothy. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. as an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list. The Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Timothy, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you
very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And if built, I make no secret of the fact that you won't ever see me on the stands at Casement. I have profound issues with the GAA. Many people in my community share those concerns. When they hear of Casement Park, they don't recall some sporting feat. They remember the murders of Corporal Derek Wood and David Howe. They think of a sport which names clubs after the likes of Kevin Lynch, an INLA terrorist who went to jail not for encouraging fitness, but for kneecapping people, denying them the ability to walk. But this is not a debate about whether Casement Park should exist. It is a debate about the place. It is not a debate about the place of the GAA. It is not a debate about sport, identity or culture. This is a debate about something far more basic. Public money, private profit, and whether the taxpayer of Northern Ireland is to be treated as an unlimited underwriter of a major commercial venue with no share in return. The Strategic Investment Board describes Casement as a flagship capital project. A new stadium with a capacity of around 34,500, including corporate hospitality, conferencing and extensive year-round facilities. This is not simply a sports redevelopment, it is a major commercial venue. And the motion recognises what everyone now accepts. It will host major non-GAA commercial events, including international concerts and sporting fixtures generating substantial private revenue. So the question is not whether money will be made. The question is who benefits from it. The scale of public funding is enormous and still growing. This project sits within the Executive's Regional Stadia programme. The Executive endorsed a package of up to $110 million under that programme. Stormont committed $62.5 million as far back as 2011. Now Westminster has added a further $50 million through financial transactions capital. The Finance Minister told the Assembly that this funding can only be used for Casement. It does not need to be repaid to Treasury and comes with no further conditions attached. Public exposure increases, yet there remains no enforceable mechanism to ensure the taxpayer sees any return. Furthermore, the project is still priced around $100 million more than the current money available. So the question becomes unavoidable. If there is a gap, who is expected to close it? And the answer, time and time again, is the public purse. But going beyond that, let's look at the issue of revenue. The Casement Park project literature itself states that revenues created on match days and throughout the year will be reinvested back into the GAA community. Revenues are expected. The question is simply, why should the taxpayer get nothing back when the taxpayer paid so much in? This motion is not radical. Clawback is a standard tool of public finance. The Scottish Government's Public Finance Manual includes charge and clawback conditions as routine safeguards where public funding creates assets capable of generating return. This is orthodox value for money discipline. In 2009, for example, the Scottish Funding Council clawed back $2.88 million from Stroh College, which was repaid over several years. We have other real-world precedents. In London, when the publicly funded Olympic Stadium was converted for commercial use, the public authority retained a contractual right to share in key commercial income streams, such as naming rights and hospitality revenues. The taxpayer was not left paying the bill while others kept the upside. That is exactly the principle in this motion I bring today. The National Audit Office and the Public Accounts Committee have warned that government too often fails to maximise long-term value from major projects. They stress that it's not enough to build an asset. Mechanisms must exist to ensure the intended public value is realised. That is what this motion is about. Not opposing casement, but protecting the taxpayer. The amendment, while it is well-intentioned in its desire to safeguard public investment, ultimately falls short in talking about current and future constructions. It fails to distinguish between current and future budget provision. It therefore treats budgets already allocated, agreed, as if they were no different from hypothetical future schemes. For those who have already designed business cases for current Stormont-led programmes, that lack of clarity would negatively affect organisations that have acted in good faith, followed the rules and secured approvals on the basis of criteria that the departments themselves have set. Many current projects have already negotiated funding packages, revenue models and community benefit obligations tailored to their circumstances, and they make it clear that this motion realises and relates to monies not yet planned, allocated or, in the case of casement, topped up. At executive level, therefore, providing a clear line in the sand. Unfortunately, the amendment doesn't make that clear, and for that reason I am unable to support it. The proposition is simple. If public money underwrites the stadium, if public money fills the gap, if non-GAA concerts and fixtures generate substantial commercial profit, then it is totally unacceptable and unjustifiable for the public to carry the cost while private bodies retain the reward. That is why we call for a legally enforceable clawback mechanism as a condition of any further public funding, returning an agreed proportion of net revenues from non-GAA events to the public purse. This motion calls for fairness, it calls for value for money and basic accountability to the taxpayer. I commend this motion to the House and I look forward to the debate.
Thank you, Timothy. I call Jerry Carroll to move the amendment.
Deputy Speaker, moved.
Thank you, Jerry. So you'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Jerry, please open the debate on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I suppose I may have to declare several interests here. Most of my family members are members of GAA. I think I'm technically still a member of Sarsfields, but I haven't played in many years and wasn't really much good. And I think I may be the only member in this House who's a member of Casement Social Club. So just to put all those on the record. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's no doubt that the Casement Park development has been beset by disaster from the get-go. In more recent years, the role played by unionist ministers is what tends to dominate proceedings, and this isn't unimportant, but for me and for many, not the full story. And those same parties have been particularly vocal in claiming that public money should not be spent on sports and infrastructure at a time when public services are and were being stripped back in schools, hospitals and elsewhere. But quite often, those same parties were supporting the stripping back of those services themselves. There is a story, however, before that's not often told in this House or elsewhere, but one that people there's a hope that people will forget, but I'm here to remind people of some of the reasons why we are where we are, as they say. The truth is, governments, Deputy Speaker, if they choose, can afford to both invest in sports, culture and essential services such as health, education and infrastructure, and many would argue that they've refused to adequately do both in the last 20 or so years. But as a starting point, we should reject this either-or approach. It should be either sports or education or culture or health. It's worth also remembering that we are here because we were supposed to have a multi-purpose sports facility at the Long Kesh site. This was supposed to be encompassing all sports, music, concerts and other events, but the reason why it wasn't built was because of the ongoing crisis of unionism. And First Minister Peter Robinson agreed to the development of the site initially, but backed down after being forced to concede the more harder line elements in his party. A familiar story, I know. Casement Park is lying empty, Deputy Speaker, because of the disaster that surrounded it and the politics that dominate this place. It's also empty because of the greed, in my view, shown by upper echelons of Ulster GAA, and I would argue Sinn Féin, who wanted to drive ahead with a 40,000 or 38,000 or 34,000 seater stadium, regardless of what people in the area thought or how they would be impacted by it. And also, it is telling, Deputy Speaker, that a key pillar of Sinn Féin's strategy for the North has been Casement Park, and they've been unable to lay a brick, despite holding the post of Finance Minister, Economy Minister, First Minister, Junior Minister as well. Residents of Moorland, Owenvara, Stockmans and the wider Andersonstown area raised concerns about the size and scale of the development on their doorstep, and they were denigrated. They were called anti-GAA and they were told to suck it up. And I want to pay tribute to them and the work they've done, not just for their own community and my community, but for every single one of us. And many quarters in this House did their best to try and bury the health and safety concerns raised by people like Paul Scott and the residents of Mora. And it was their judicial work, their work in the court system, that helped to highlight the dangers of ploughing ahead with the dangerous development that could have resulted in a Hillsborough-type disaster in West Belfast.
Point of order.
Sure.
Jerry, those claims were refuted. So if you continue to make those accusations, I just want to put it in the record. Honestly, they were refuted. So if you continue to make those accusations, that's fine.
Quoting what's in the news, Deputy Speaker, but I'm moving on anyway.
Yeah, do.
And for many, Patrick Murphy, journalist in the Irish News, put it well last year when he stated that the GAA's mistake was not to build a 15 to 20,000 seater stadium in Casement in 2011, and he says it could have been a similar size grounds to the ones in Newry, Armagh and Omagh. And he claims that the opt-in of 38,000 was never about attracting large numbers for GAA matches, but it was all about a GAA, in his words, vanity project. Similar to that of Park E. Heave. And go ahead,
yeah. And West Belfast not being ambitious and want to have the very, very best. And that's what deliver for Casement Park and for West Belfast. We could have had the Euros. We could have had something magnificent that would have brought so much people to this wee part of the world. And that fell short. You almost sound like Timothy there on what you're hearing. You're running down West Belfast, Jerry, and it's ridiculous to listen to.
I meant to be a speech, but I mean, I'll take lectures from the member opposite of his party who ignored residents and their concerns and repeating the same matter of anti-GAA towards people who live in West Belfast. So it's just ridiculous and it's not true. So moving on. I think if you look at the example of Park E. Heave in Cork, it's now called SuperValue Park E. Heave, and what's the equivalent being proposed for Casement? And further to this, in the 2013 book, GAA-nomics by Michael Moynihan, he discusses, Deputy Speaker, the GAA's Celtic Tiger induced splurge in stadiums that were simply too big. He writes that there are 26 stadiums in the south with a capacity of over 20,000 in Ireland, and the GAA owns 23 of those. So obviously everybody should support the development of Casement Park, despite what was sort of alleged earlier. Always did sort of from our end, but I think there's a difference between development and manageable development and one about overdevelopment and greed as well, which needs to be challenged. And I would say definitely in this context, there's effectively two GAAs, Deputy Speaker. There's the one of volunteers and players who break their backs every week to show up to training, and those who help facilitate the training, those washing the kits week in, week out, those driving teams to matches and playing on the pitch, rain, hail or shine. And that should be contrasted with the upper echelons of the GAA, who refuse to adequately invest in grassroots GAA, but also blindly push a corporate vision of Casement Park, and not to mention have an ostrich approach to the GAA Association with Alliance Bank as well. Casement Park was, as has been mentioned, a new decade, new approach commitment, but at this stage it doesn't look like it's going to be finished by the end of this decade. Turning to my amendment, Deputy Speaker, the principle of non-sporting events paying money back into the public purse when they have received a significant amount of public money to help develop them, I think is a worthwhile principle and an agreeable one. My concern, though, with the original motion and hence the amendment is that it singles out the GAA exclusively. My amendment outlines that the same should apply to all stadiums that receive public funding. For example, if there's a large music concert or event at Windsor or Ravenhill and it's lucratively profitable, surely the same clawback model should exist that is being proposed here for Casement Park. And if not, it does seem to be just an attempt to stick the boot into the GAA for the sake of it, and the member's been fairly consistent in that, which is his prerogative. And Casement or any other development of stadia, Deputy Speaker, shouldn't be about developer profits, gentrification or a low-wage neoliberal tourist economy. It's time to move on from the mega casement and the failed economic model that drove it. It should be guided by the original ideals and values underpinning Common Luchless Gale, a community project support amateur athletes and building grassroots GAA. So I commend my amendment to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I now call Aisling Riley.
I've got a pre-last concur, and I'll also make a declaration. I'm proud member of the GAA, and I'll just start by saying Casement Park is an executive flagship capital project which has been mentioned. It stands alongside the other regional stadia that have already been delivered in Ravenhill and Windsor Park, and that was and it is a collective commitment by this executive to invest in sport, to invest in infrastructure and to invest in communities and people right across our society. And when I read this motion, I don't see references to those other stadia or asking the executive to claw back funds on the events that they have hosted or could host outside of the sport that they were built for. Stadiums that were built for
Just for the members' benefit, I'm talking about future monies, and I have no problem saying to the House here that any future investment that goes into Windsor, any future investment that goes into Ravenhill, once a line in the sand is drawn, clawback should be enacted.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you, and I'll touch on that. There's no mention to clawback funds on the events that they have hosted or could host outside of the sport that they were built for. Stadiums that were built for rugby or soccer have opened their gates to boxing events, concerts, corporate events, launches or other showcase commercial events. And why wouldn't they? Because these are modern venues. They're designed to be utilised. They are meant to maximise opportunity, to open their doors and to invite people in to use them. No mention of a clawback, though, for those in this motion. But when it comes to Casement Park, the conversation suddenly shifts and the attempt to move the goalposts. Because it's okay for those other stadia venues to diversify and generate an income by hosting other boxing and other events. But when the same principle is applied to a GAA stadium, and I think we can all read between the lines as to why, this motion isn't about financial prudence, it's pure double standards. It sends a clear message that it's okay for some, just not for the GAA. And let me be clear, Gaels across Belfast, Antrim and Ulster are entitled to have Casement Park redeveloped. The attempt to try to other Gaels through this motion should be called out for what it is, which is a blatant attack on the GAA. Members of the GAA, like others in the public, they're taxpayers, ratepayers, and they contribute to society like everybody else. And I also want to touch briefly on the amendment tabled, which is disappointing, to be honest, because the member from West Belfast will know and will have seen firsthand the transformative power and the benefits of the GAA from club level up. We know the scale of grassroots investment that flows from development at the top. We know that any revenue generated through Casement, as it will be similar to Windsor and Ravenhill, will be reinvested back into the sport, into the clubs, into facilities, into youth development, into coaching and into community programmes. It will be reinvested into the county structured and programmes from juveniles right up to the men's and the ladies' teams, allowing them the chance to develop, to grow and to be the role models and the stars for the generation coming behind them. Casement Park represents a significant opportunity, an opportunity for economic growth, an opportunity for regeneration, an opportunity to create jobs, attract visitors and drive footfall into local businesses. When major games and events come to our city, whether sporting or cultural, they will fill hotel rooms, they support hospitality, they place a positive spotlight on this place that we call home, and Casement Park will be no different. And as someone who is a proud member of the GAA, as a coach and as a former player, I have seen and been part of the difference that it makes. The GAA is a community anchor. It promotes physical health, it strengthens mental resilience, it fosters leadership, discipline and teamwork. It binds communities together. On winter nights and summer evenings, our pitches are full of young people, finding confidence and belonging, enjoying themselves and challenging themselves. And that social value cannot be reduced to a narrow argument like what we have seen in this motion. Casement Park will be more than a stadium. It will be a catalyst for regeneration, a driver of opportunity, a symbol of equality and investment. And just like other stadia, Casement Park must be afforded the very same respect. Equality means equality, nothing more, nothing less. So we will not be supporting this motion and we will not be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. I call Maurice Bradley.
Principal Deputy Speaker, we support both the motion and the amendment, but I must make it clear, I support stadia and facilities development which is necessary for any sport to grow and all sports to grow. In relation to Casement Park, it is important that any redevelopment is affordable, sustainable and capable of being operated responsibly over the long term, thereby ensuring financial viability and transparency, which is essential to maintaining public confidence in major capital projects. However, in the context of ongoing pressures on public finances, it is reasonable for the Assembly to consider how publicly funded venues are used and how wider public benefit is achieved. Where stadia that have received public investment are used for non-sporting events, it is appropriate to examine whether there should be a mechanism or some return to the public purse. It is acknowledged that concerts and other large-scale events can generate significant revenue and contribute positively to the local economy. At the same time, there is a broad public expectation that where public funding has played a substantial role, a fair proportion of any commercial return should reflect that investment. With regard to Casement Park, it is important that any redevelopment is affordable, sustainable and capable of operation over the long term, as I've already said, so therefore ensuring financial viability and value for money, which is essential in maintaining public confidence in major capital projects. This motion provides an opportunity to consider these issues in a balanced and pragmatic way, and for that reason I support it and the amendment. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Maurice. I call Sean Mulholland.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I will keep my remarks brief. Alliance supports the redevelopment of Casement Park and believes it should be delivered as part of the original regional stadia commitment. We will not support this motion. We believe that it singles out one sporting code in a way that risks deepening division and being perceived as a dog whistle. If members believe there should be clawback mechanisms attached to publicly funded stadia or indeed any publicly funded capital assets, then we believe that principle should be applied across the board to all arenas, all sports, not just to one stadia alone. For example, I don't have too much to get through. For example, would this mean that any non-sporting event held in any of the football grounds across the country receiving funding from the Department for Communities through the NI Football Fund should also be clawed back? Public finance rules must be fair, consistent and non-selective. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Sean. I call Andy Allen.
Deputy Speaker, at the outset there are a number of elements to this motion before us. Before turning to the substance of the motion and the amendment, I think it important to turn to the history of Casement Park itself. The project did not reach its current cost estimate because of one decision or one party. There were planning challenges and court proceedings. The original planning was quashed. There were redesigns and safety issues that had to be addressed, and there was a period when the Assembly and Executive was not functioning. Then, as we all know, the cost of construction inflation rose sharply. Anyone involved in capital projects over the years knows how dramatically costs have increased. The most significant delays, however, did stem from planning and safety considerations. That is part of the factual record, and it is too easy and perhaps convenient for some to reduce this to a simple political narrative or a levelling of sectarianism. The cost reality is more complex than that. The Executive itself has committed over 60 million, the UK Government over 50 million, the Irish Government up to €50 million and the GAA themselves 15 million. That is in the region of 170 million and is more than the regional stadia project fund combined. However, acknowledging that does not remove the issue we face today. The projected cost has increased significantly from the original commitment and plan, and we are debating this at a time when capital budgets are under real pressure. Daily, Deputy Speaker, constituents rightly highlight housing waiting lists, school buildings no longer fit for purpose, and roads in a shocking state, to mention but a few. Members across the House will no doubt have similar examples that they wish to highlight. Every time we consider allocating further capital funding, we need to be honest about what that decision means for other priorities. Our position has been consistent throughout. The original commitment should be honoured. We are not arguing to tear that up, but we do not support the provision of additional public funds in the current fiscal climate, given the competing pressures we face. Turning to the clawback element of the motion, when public funding is provided, the Minister and Department must demonstrate that it meets the value for money test. That is not optional. It is a fundamental requirement of public expenditure, and it applies to every project, not just Casement. If further money is provided, many will understandably question that decision, particularly those waiting on housing or investment in essential infrastructure. That is the reality of the budget context we are operating in. On the principle of clawback, our requirement to recover a proportion of revenue arising from non-GAA use, that is something worth considering. Where public money underwrites a venue that will host major commercial events, it is reasonable to examine whether there should be a proportion returned to the public purse. Yep.
Thank the member for giving way. I just want to clarify something. If you're saying if you make money, you should claw back. So is the reverse also true then? So if you lose money, like Ulster Rugby did last year, should the state then be paying for that loss?
Well, look, I think the member knows full well what I'm referring to, instead of trying to put words into my mouth in that regard. We're also content in principle to support the amendment from the member from West Belfast in broadening the principle. Notwithstanding the concern raised by the proposal of the motion, revenue sharing mechanisms have been used elsewhere, as highlighted by others, although details would need to be carefully considered here, not least in relation to the amendment. There is a clear difference between major concerts and routine room hire. The practical implications matter, and any mechanism must work in practice and not draw up unintended consequences. So I'm keen to hear more from the Minister on that and how that would work in practice, notwithstanding the unintended consequences of stadia or projects that are already in construction. So I look forward to hearing from the Minister.
Thank you, Andy. I should have said you had an extra minute, but you didn't need it anyway, so fair enough. Our next speaker is Mark Durkin.
I rise to oppose the motion today. We're speaking here about the redevelopment of Casement Park, a long-promised, long-delayed project that represents far more than the construction of a stadium. It's about regeneration in West Belfast and parity of esteem in how we support our sporting infrastructure. The Executive has previously backed strategic investment in major venues for soccer and rugby. The draft budget seeks to provide more for those sporting codes. We also want to see the fair rollout of the Northern Ireland Football Fund, because these investments are recognised as being of regional significance. They weren't or haven't been subject to special clawback mechanisms tied to commercial activity. They were understood correctly as infrastructure projects that deliver social, economic and sporting returns far beyond the turnstiles. So why, when it comes to Casement Park, are we suddenly told that any commercial income must be siphoned back into the public purse? It's hard not to conclude that this motion is more about rabble-rousing than revenue-raising, and another potshot at the big bad boogeyman of the GAA by Mr Gaston. Certainly.
The member recognised that throughout my contribution I did say that the money that was agreed in 2011, there should be a line drawn in the sand. There's a clear distinction between money that has been agreed, no clawback. I'm talking about future monies, and that would be for all sports, but this is the one that the flagship is for.
Mark, you have an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention. I didn't see any of that written in the motion. And that's what we're debating today. I acknowledge the member mentioned that in his remarks, but the motion doesn't say that. It singles out the GAA. But let's be honest about what the stadium's for. Its primary purpose is to serve the GAA community. And sorry, it was remiss of me not to declare my membership of the GAA. But from Antrim County teams to the thousands of young people who dream and will dream of walking out onto that pitch, it's about providing safe, modern facilities for a sporting organisation that's woven into the fabric of our communities. I'd actually encourage Mr Gaston to give it a go. We all know how much he loves scoring points. And we should also recognise something else. The GAA is not a profit-distributing enterprise. It's a community-based, volunteer-led organisation that reinvests its revenues back into grassroots sport. Every ticket sold, every event hosted, every sponsorship secured ultimately supports local clubs, funding coaching, youth development, facilities, inclusion programmes and community outreach. Across the north, GAA clubs are sustained by volunteers, parents, coaches, committee members who give countless hours to help young people, to keep them active, healthy and engaged. When the GAA generates income from larger events, that money doesn't line shareholders' pockets. It goes back into parishes, into pitches, into changing rooms and into programmes that strengthen communities. Yes, Casement Park may host concerts or international fixtures, and I look forward to the day it does. But that's not something to fear, it's something to welcome. These events will bring visitors, jobs and spending into West Belfast and wider Belfast. Local cafes, shops, taxis and hotels will benefit. The wider economy will benefit. That's how public infrastructure works. We don't demand a clawback from private businesses that profit when roads are built, airports expanded or city centres regenerated. We recognise that public investment creates economic ecosystems. To impose a legally enforceable clawback mechanism uniquely on Casement Park would send the wrong message. Sorry, I won't have time, Kelly. It would introduce financial uncertainty. It could deter promoters, and it risks further delaying a project that has already been subject to years of political obstruction and, yes, planning pitfalls. Above all, it would single out one sporting body, one community, for conditions not applied elsewhere. Casement Park is about more than bricks and mortar. It's about fairness, it's about delivering on commitments, and it's about ensuring that the GAA in Ulster and beyond has the same quality facilities that exist in other provinces and that exist for other sports here. For those reasons, I urge members to reject this motion and allow this vital project to proceed, not as a commercial venture to be penalised, but as a community asset that will continue to reinvest in grassroots sport and in the future of society. Gurmai Aguf.
Fulcha, Mark, thank you. Our next speaker is Sinead Ennis.
I get pre-last Concorla, and I suppose I should also declare an interest as a member of St Mary's GSC Burn. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll tell you what, irony is well and truly dead with this motion today from the TUV, who by their own admission could not care less if Casement was ever built, now coming to this chamber actually demanding revenue from it. Principal Deputy Speaker, I had a whole speech written for this, but I thought, you know what, to hell with that, because why would I stand here and waste my time trying to convince people of the value of the GAA who don't want to be convinced? I could stand here and I could try to educate Mr Gaston, political unionism and, by all accounts now, people before profit, on the immeasurable and unquantifiable social, economic and sporting capital. I won't. The GAA reinvests, you'll have time to wind on your amendment, that the GAA reinvests actually in communities. But that would be a waste of my time, because this is not a serious motion. It is yet another attempt by unionism to punish and debase the GAA and its members and to poke nationalism in the eye, but Sinn Féin will not stand for that. This is not a serious debate because we know political unionism does not do the GAA. Political unionism does not do equality or fairness because there was no mention of clawback when it came to Windsor or Ravenhill. Political unionism does not do Irishness. Political unionism does not want any expression or promotion of Irish identity or culture, and that is what Casement would represent to them. But the uncomfortable and inescapable truth for unionism is that the GAA has contributed more to the cultural, sporting, social and economic prosperity of this island and indeed the globe than their mean-spirited and insular worldview ever could or will. This motion and the amendment should be treated with the contempt they deserve, and shame on anybody who gives either any credibility.
Our next speaker, thank you, Sinead. Our next speaker is Pam Cameron. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support both the motion and amendment before the House today. This debate is about public money, accountability and fairness. It's not... I will.
Can I thank the member for giving way, saying the previous speaker wouldn't give way, and I know it's individual prerogative as to whether they do, but could the member perhaps, for the benefit of the House, although it's already been stated, inform the House of the makeup of the executive back in 2011 when this original commitment to regional stadia, including Casement, was made?
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'll leave others to answer those queries from the member. But this debate, as I say, is about public money, about accountability and fairness. It's not about sport, culture or community identity. It's about whether taxpayers are entitled to see a return when public funds are used to underwrite major commercial activity. Casement Park is now a project with total funding envelope of over £170 million. That includes £62.5 million from the Executive, £50 million from the UK Government, £43 million from the Irish Government and £15 million from the GAA. And that is an unprecedented level of public investment in a single sporting venue. It's also clear that Casement Park will not be used solely for GAA matches. The stadium is intended to host large-scale commercial concerts and other major non-GAA events which will generate significant private revenue. In that context, it is entirely reasonable to ask a simple question: where is the return to the public purse? The existing funding agreements for Casement Park, Windsor Park and Ravenhill contain conditions around income generation, market rates and community benefit. However, they do not provide a clear, legally enforceable clawback mechanism to recover a proportion of profits arising from commercial events. So that is a gap, and it's a gap that this Assembly should address. We have heard arguments that Casement Park should be treated no differently from other stadia. I agree. That is precisely why the amendment matters. This should not be about one project alone. This principle should apply to any publicly funded stadium now or in the future. If public money is used to build a venue that hosts concerts and other non-sporting events, then a proportion of those net revenues should flow back to the taxpayer. It is not punitive, it does not threaten the viability of the project, it simply ensures value for money and protects the public confidence. The Minister himself has acknowledged that the situation has moved on considerably since earlier funding, no I won't at this point, thank you, since earlier funding arrangements were put in place, and that any new arrangement for Casement Park would require the funding agreement to be looked at again. That is an admission that the status quo is not sufficient. There's also a wider context. The Executive faces intense pressure across health, education, infrastructure and public services, and every pound matters. Public funding should not be open-ended, nor should it be subsidise a private commercial game without conditions. Let us also be clear, this is a GAA-led project. It is for the GAA to assess affordability, review its plans and determine what additional contribution it is prepared to make. Public funding must be fair, proportionate and subject to clear safeguards. Supporting this motion amendment sends a clear message. If public money is to be used to support major commercial venues, the public interest comes first. This Assembly has a responsibility to set that standard, and for those reasons I support both the motion and the amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. I call Cathy Mason.
Gormagat, Preelash Concordia, and like everyone else has done, I will declare an interest as a proud member of St Coleman's GAA in Drummond. Prílis Cancuilla, let's see this motion for what it really is. It's an anti-GAA motion from political unionism who fear the benefits that the GAA brings. The motion before us is a clear attack on Gaels and an attempt to undermine and devalue the GAA as a whole. This motion is a farce. It's not a genuine attempt to look at putting greater accountability and transparency into public spending. It is about applying a separate set of standards to the GAA that has no basis and does not apply anywhere else. You had plenty of time. I asked a simple question: why is there no mention of the clawback of public spends for all of the other stadiums and for those who benefited from the football fund? I suspect...
Timothy, excuse me, point of order. Sit down. Cathy, thank you. Timothy, you've got 10 minutes to move and 10 minutes to wind. No, but you know you shouldn't engage in stuff from a sedentary position, and every member is entitled to the respect to be heard. So I just ask you to adhere to that. Thank you. Sorry, Cathy, go ahead.
Prílis Cancuilla, I suspect we all know why that is, and the Chuntering further outlines that. It's because this one is about the GAA. A recent report on the social value of Gaelic games right across the island estimated that the GAA, the LGFA and the Camogie Association was worth at least €2.87 billion to Irish society. This comes to no surprise to many of us who know and who feel the value of their local GAA club. From Cork to Derry, from Galway to County Down, the GAA is much more than a sporting organisation. It is the social fabric that holds communities together, not just the games, not just the clubs, but the people, the pride and the sense of belonging that stretches far beyond any pitch. The GAA provides a natural focal point for community life, a place where people come together, where they connect and they take pride in something shared. When we invest in and enhance the spaces where communities gather, we're not just improving facilities, we're strengthening the very communities that rely on them. This is why, in modern, state-of-the-art facilities like Casement Park, where future generations can play, grow and thrive with pride and excitement, matters so deeply. The prospect of having a stadium of this magnitude right in the heart of Belfast is an exciting prospect for our business community, hospitality and tourism and retail alike. Casement Park is not just about sport. It is a major economic driver, boosting local business, bringing investment, jobs and ensuring that the benefits are felt directly by the surrounding communities as well as across the wider regional community. Casement gives young Gaels a stage to aspire to. It will act as a beacon for sporting excellence and opportunity. In rural areas like my own constituency in South Down, the GAA is often the first place young people find their confidence, their sense of belonging and their voice. It is where neighbours become teammates and teammates become lifelong friends, keeping the spirit of community alive. The GAA provides something invaluable to all that participate. Whether you're playing, coaching, refereeing or simply cheering from the sideline, you're part of something bigger. And when challenges come, whether it's a family in need, a community tragedy or a moment of celebration, your local club is the first to rally, the first to support and the last to leave your side. It is a reminder that rural Ireland is strong not because of its size, but because of its solidarity. The GAA doesn't just build athletes, it builds community, it builds resilience, and it builds a sense of belonging that lasts a lifetime. Cancuilla, this motion needs to be seen for what it actually is. An attempt to single out the GAA for treatment that no other sport, stadium or governing body is subjected to, and we should call it out for what it is. It's discriminatory, it's unjustified, and it's rooted in an outdated attitude that has got absolutely no place in modern, shared and economically ambitious North of Ireland.
Thank you, Cathy. I call Philip Brett. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this debate and introduce some facts into this debate which unfortunately have been missing from the very outset. There has been some predictable remarks made and some unpredictable remarks made. We'll start with the unpredictable. Mr Gaston's remark to say that this motion is not about opposing Casement Park, and that must be a change in policy from the TUV in relation to Casement Park. But I want to set out very clearly the position of the Democratic Unionist Party, which has been and will continue to be that we signed up to a fair and equitable agreement for all sports across Northern Ireland in 2011 that gave sport equal funding to ensure that they were able to deliver the stadiums that they needed and the stadiums that they required. Some of those projects, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, have been held up as a result of sectarian politics, but that is not Casement Park. That was the sub-regional football fund, which was held up by Sinn Féin ministers because they did not want to see grassroots football in Northern Ireland getting the funding that they deserve. But let's have the facts as to why Casement Park has not progressed. And to listen to Mr Durkin stand up with a straight face and try to lecture anyone in this House about Casement Park not being built is frankly laughable. I've read into the record on many occasions, but I will do so again. Casement Park redevelopment stadium planning approval unlawful. Who made that illegal and unlawful decision? None other than Mr Mark H. Durkin. Not the big bad unionists that some people in this chamber get up and rant about when it comes to Casement. But I won't give way, Mr Durkin. I won't give way, Mr Durkin. We had the opportunity. You had the opportunity to apologise for breaking the law when you unlawfully approved Casement Park, but you haven't done so to date. But now we're on the subject of the SDLP when it comes to Casement Park. Let's read into the record some of their other parties' remarks. Mr Atwood, the former SDLP MLA for West Belfast. That is why the SDLP in West Belfast and Councillor Tim Atwood in particular have worked with residents to oppose moving these plans forward. Where are the remarks from unionists opposing these? They're not, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. They are the remarks of the SDLP, who happily opposed Casement Park for political expediency, hoping that Mr Atwood would hold his seat against Sinn Féin, and in the end he lost his seat and he has lost any credibility on the issue of Casement Park. We then listened to the non-informed rant from Comrade Carroll about the reason as to why Casement Park hasn't been built. He said it was a result of unionist ministers, but could give not one example of an action of a unionist minister as to why it has not been built. And again, let's read into the record the comments of Mr Carroll when it comes to the issue of Casement Park. Still, politicians peddle the lie that this is about jobs and economy. In truth, this is a vanity project for politicians. Those were the remarks of Mr Carroll, who stood on the picket line opposing the development of Casement Park. He then comes to this House and throws out this nonsense that the DUP and other unionist ministers opposed the building of Casement Park. While I wish it was the case, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, there is not a branch of the Democratic Unionist Party on the Andersonstown Road in West Belfast. So it was Mr Carroll and his comrades that stopped the building of Casement. I won't give way because unfortunately we've had to listen to 10 minutes of your rant at the start, and unfortunately we're going to have to listen to another 10 minutes of your nonsense. Then, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we turn to the issue of safety concerns at the stadium. And it is a matter of fact that Sport NI were forced to pay a tribunal settlement to Mr Paul Scott because he raised issues around safety concerns at Casement Park. None of these people were DUP ministers, none of these people were DUP politicians, but we then get the rant from the Chief Whip of Sinn Féin that she hadn't written a speech and then managed to read out every single word that she'd written before she'd come into this chamber, and her anti-unionist rant saying that we don't care about Irishness, that we hate Irish people. You don't get to tell me what my identity is. I'm very proud to say that I am British, that I am Irish, and that I am proudly Northern Irish. You don't get to tell me that. The facts speak for themselves. Sinn Féin and other nationalists have failed to deliver Casement Park.
Time's up.
It's your fault.
Time's
You're
up.
to blame.
Colm,
not the big
I call
bad
Colm Gilder now.
unionists.
Sit down.
It should come as no surprise to members that I rise to oppose the motion. The proposer of the motion claims that this is about protecting the public purse, but it's obvious to me and to anyone watching that it's nothing of the sort. The motivation for this motion is to attack the GAA and indeed anything to do with Irish culture. We know this because the motion singles out Casement Park as the only stadium which will be subject to this clawback provision. No other stadia are included in this call for clawback. No, you will have 10 minutes to try to explain why the only mention is in Casement Park here, and I'm not sure if that'll be enough for you, to be honest, but you'll have that 10 minutes. So, Ceann Comhairle, Sinn Féin doesn't see this as a serious motion. Rather, it's another attempt from the TUV to engage in a culture war, which sadly seems to be all political unionism has to offer these days. I welcome the progress being made on Casement Park. The sight of machinery on the ground as initial groundworks recently got underway has been cause for optimism in West Belfast and within the wider Ulster GAA family. The GAA is the biggest and most successful sporting organisation here in the North, despite the decades of discrimination and underinvestment. It is rooted in communities right across the country and indeed is thriving in Irish immigrant communities right across the world, from Britain to Boston to Beijing. It's only right and fair that the GAA has its landmark stadium here in the North redeveloped, in addition to the redevelopments at Windsor Park and Ravenhill, as was agreed almost 2 decades ago. We must also remember the huge community and health benefits which stand to be gained from the project. A report commissioned by the GAA in 2024 estimated that across this island, and we've already heard it but it bears repeating, the GAA generates a total of $2.87 billion in economic and social value, which is manifested in a whole host of areas, including health and well-being, social capital and volunteering. I won't. Delivering Casement Park will add to these benefits for West Belfast and beyond. So despite the bluster from members opposite, we on this side of the House will stand firm in our commitment to seeing this project delivered and to ensure the GAA is supported to continue making its vital contribution to our communities in the North and indeed all across Ireland.
Thank you, Colm. I call Justin McNulty.
I rise today to speak on the powerful and positive impact that the redevelopment of the home of Antrim GAA, Casement Park, will have on this island as a symbol of hope, a symbol of ambition, and as a beacon for sporting dreams and endeavour, at a gateway point to Ireland's second largest city. The benefits arriving from a newly built world-class stadium, Casement Park, in the heart of West Belfast will be immense. From a health and sporting perspective, thousands upon thousands of players will have a new stadium to challenge themselves physically and mentally on the field of play. Players immersed in the grind, in the commitment, in the teamwork will build lifelong friends while playing games of huge sporting and cultural significance on this island. From a social, community, economic standpoint, the completion of a 34,000 capacity stadium will stimulate significant positive economic multiplier effects, creating construction jobs, generating seat revenue, potentially providing a huge local economic uplift, and attracting sports fans and tourists to the north. Casement Park is more than just a stadium. It has the potential to become a hotbed for Gaelic games in the heart of West Belfast, and can become the beating heart of the GAA in Ulster. For too long, Casement Park has remained dormant and has been abandoned, causing the North to miss out on hosting major global sporting events and leading to an entire generation of hurlers, of footballers, camogie players and ladies Gaelic footballers missing out on the opportunity to play on Casement's hallowed turf. Delays to Casement are dreams denied. Dreams of ladies Gaelic footballers who possibly go playing against Dublin. Dreams of ladies of camogie players who could be playing against Cork. Antrim footballers who could be taking on Armagh. Hurlers taking on Limerick. Hurlers taking on Limerick on Casement's turf would be very, very special, and so many young people dream of that possibility, and that possibility is being denied because of delays. Casement Park has the potential to be a huge source of community and social cohesion and pride, and rather than honour that potential, this motion is attempting to attack Casement Park before it is even built. I say clearly that the GAA has demonstrated demand for a 34,000 capacity stadium at Casement Park. I wonder, has Mr Gaston consulted with the Chief Executive of the IFA and with the Chief Executive of Ulster Rugby about his proposal? Are they on board with this proposal in relation to Clear Twist National Stadium at Windsor Park and Kingspan Ravenhill Park? I will not give way to Timmy because you've already demonstrated your anti-GAA diatribe enough. This motion is anti-GAA, but more fundamentally, it is a distraction from the real crux of the matter. When will Casement Park be built? On July 2, 2025, I asked the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to detail any communications relating to Casement Park. That question from 7 months ago was only answered this morning. Coincidence? I wonder. I asked the First Ministers on January 21st a question as to when construction was now due to be completed once the commencement works had begun. That answer was due to be answered. That question was due to be answered on the 26th of January. Will it be answered maybe 6 months later, as in the previous question? July, maybe, possibly. When will Casement Park be built? I say to the Executive, it's time to see cranes over Casement. Not mere enabling works, it's time to see cranes over Casement. The focus of this Assembly must be to hold the Executive to account on its flagship projects, on completing Casement Park, for building this stadium that will bring joy to sports fans, as well as bringing economic benefits, health benefits, community benefits, social benefits to the north. A stadium that will generate massive sporting and national pride on this island. Let's get Casement Park built.
Thank you, Justin. Our next speaker will be the Minister for Communities to respond to the debate. A Ministerial of up to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank all members for their contribution to the debate, and I welcome the opportunity to respond to it and to the amendment. As the Minister with responsibility for the long-established regional stadia programme, I recognise the issues members have raised around the future use of the Casement Park Stadium. In particular, the question of whether a mechanism should be put in place to secure a clawback of public funds from non-GAA events held at Casement Park for the public purse. And let me provide clarity to the House. This is something that I support. However, let me first set out a little of the history behind the Casement Park project. As some in this chamber seem to have forgotten the history of it or have been determined to rewrite it. In 2011, there was a funding agreement for football, rugby and the GAA. I stand by that agreement. That agreement would have allowed all projects to progress. The work at Windsor Park progressed, the work at Ravenhill progressed, the work at Casement Park did not. I'll give way.
Can the Minister perhaps enlighten the House as to whether political unionism was involved in that funding agreement? Because some with a short memory would perhaps try to make out that they weren't.
Were involved in that, and we agreed to it, and we stand by that. And I know that that does not suit the agenda of some and the message that they are trying to push, and I will come on to that further in my remarks. But the question that I ask is, why has this project not progressed? And it's quite simple. It's because of the actions of Sinn Féin and SDLP ministers. Unlawful decisions, community objections and safety certificate scandals. These all led to significant planning delays, and as a result of those delays, costs have spiralled. This project has not been without controversy. There continues to be controversy. In fact, even over the last couple of months, we have seen senior figures in Monaghan and Tyrone, GAA, expressing their opposition to the current plan. So let's not pretend that everybody is in agreement on this, that everybody has a simple and straightforward path to go down, and as Mr McNulty and others have said, let's just get it built, let's just get on with it. We know that there are significant barriers in the way. So we're also aware that additional capital allocations are presently unaffordable in the context of squeezed capital budgets for public services. That's why I, along with other executive ministers, need to make sure that we spend the available money wisely. The immediate challenge is living within the existing budget envelope. The challenge of more for less is here to stay. Therefore, we need to be open to all options. We all want value for money. We all want stadiums and assets to be sustainable. We all want to assist and support partners to develop and to grow. Now, members will be aware that Casement is the third and final project of the Regional Stadia programme. The other two major projects, Ravenhill and Windsor Park, have been completed and became operational in 2014 and 2016, respectively. The then DCAL had funding arrangements in place with the IFA and Ulster Rugby. However, now that there are additional funding streams from additional sources, we will have to look again at all options in relation to future funding agreements. And my officials are currently considering an amended funding model to accommodate the new funding streams available to the Casement Park Stadium, including the specific requirements of the UK Government's Equity Financial Transactions Capital element. I am awaiting advice on how new funding streams will be handled. However, this will allow us to look at various funding models, which can include those which minimise the impact on the public purse. Now, it's important to note that work has not concluded, and any proposals will have to be agreed with all stakeholders and parties to the funding agreements. But this is something that we should all be open to. But can I, at this stage, just issue a note of caution in regards to Casement Park and to all capital projects? The funding for them all will be subject to a business case. The viability of the project will be rigorously tested through the business case process, where it must demonstrate value for money and sustainability. As part of this process, value for money is embedded across all aspects, including, where appropriate, any scope to return profits from non-sporting events to the public purse. There are no special cases or exemptions from this process. It's also important that we have consistency on the proportion of funding already allocated to the programme. An important aim of the programme of capital investment in regional stadia is to reduce the three main sports' future reliance on ongoing revenue support from government. Within the regional stadia programme, the principle applied has been that capital investment supports each sport's ability to develop long-term financial sustainability, and commercial activities, of course, form part of that sustainability, allowing the governing bodies to operate and maintain their facilities without additional ongoing public revenue support. The commercial management and operation of Casement Park, once completed, will therefore lie with the Ulster Council of the GAA in accordance with the conditions of the existing funding agreement and any new funding model pertaining to the additional funding streams. Now, let me turn to the amendment, which raises an important issue regarding the future management of public funding for stadia in general. The amendment proposes that public investment for any stadia currently under construction or for future projects should be contingent upon a legally enforceable clawback mechanism to return an agreed proportion of net revenues from non-sporting events to the public purse. It's entirely appropriate that members have the ability to consider how best to safeguard public investment and what forms of return may be justified. There are legitimate matters here for scrutiny, particularly where publicly funded facilities may also operate as commercial venues for events beyond their primary sporting purpose. And it will also be necessary to assess the amendment within the broader policy framework that has guided the regional stadia programme since its inception. The programme has consistently operated on the principle that capital investment should strengthen each sporting code's long-term financial sustainability and reduce future reliance on government revenue support. And central to that approach has been enabling venues to diversify income through a range of commercial and non-sporting activities. However, it is the case that money is given out, public money is given, because there is an expectation that market failure has taken place and there is no other option open to them to get to where they need to be. However, if we see an organisation that is particularly commercially successful, making significant sums of money from commercial venues, I think most people would see that it is only right that there is such a return then to the public purse. So I, for those reasons, believe that the motion and the amendment are entirely reasonable. And I have to say, I am surprised at the response of some in this House today, because we've heard a frequent refrain from the parties opposite saying that this is explicitly targeting the GAA. Some may be supportive. Mr. Durkin, let me finish my sentence. Perhaps it will all become clear to him. If that is the concern that people have, then the amendment in front of us, helpfully tabled by Mr. Carroll, actually provides a way for everybody to be treated equally. We've heard the words equality time and time again. The amendment means that from this point, people will be treated in an equitable manner. It opens the door to us allowing that clawback. A clawback, by the way, that is nothing new. A clawback that has existed, as Mr. Gaston pointed out, already in other parts of the United Kingdom, but has also been the case here in Northern Ireland as well. I think in particular of the urban development grants and the opportunity that that gave to different areas and the success that came from that allowed a clawback from government. So if your concern is that this is only about the GAA, then vote for the amendment. Vote for the amendment and make sure that from here on in everybody is treated in an equal way, that if there are significant commercial returns for one particular organisation or all of the organisations involved, that there could be some return for the public purse, because we invest public money on the basis that it is required because there's no other option for them to develop. But if they subsequently become successful, is it not right? Is there not benefit in making sure that that comes away? Yes, I'm happy to give way to the member who I think wanted to use this just as an opportunity to have a go at unionism, because she didn't actually address the motion as was there.
Where or not? Thank you. Listen, I hear what the Minister saying, but does the Minister not accept that that was not a condition when Casement was announced along with the other two stadia? To impose it now retrospectively isn't equality, it isn't fair.
Well, actually, there were funding agreements in place with Windsor Park and with Ravenhill, and a default on those funding agreements would actually have necessitated and allowed for a clawback to happen. And the funding agreement for Casement Park hasn't been put into place. And one of the reasons why a new funding agreement is needed is because of the additional FTC, and that's up to the executive to decide how that equity share works out. In most FTC, there is a requirement that there is some return for the loan that is given. And I think the amendment is actually, or the motion is actually worded in a way that it's not saying that all commercial profit needs to come back. It's saying an agreed proportion. This is saying that if something is commercially successful, if there is a large return from these types of events, is it not fair that the public purse gets a little bit back? So I'm saying we treat everybody the same. If additional funding is required for the other stadia, treat them the same. There is an opportunity for us today to agree that on an equality basis, on everybody being treated equally. It's not determining exactly how much, it's not determining what percentage, it's opening the door to successful commercial ventures to give a return. And I have to say I was disappointed with the response of some on this, and I have to say I count the Alliance Party in that, because in Ms Mulholland's very short contribution, she said she didn't want to deepen division, and she felt that this was an issue of equality on one being picked out over the others, but the amendment gives her an opportunity to show that everybody can be treated equally, and it gives her an opportunity to demonstrate some financial prudence and a responsibility there as well. And I would urge the Alliance Party, as I would urge everybody in this chamber, to reconsider this. It is an option that may make us more sustainable, give us a return so that we can invest more in the future. And on that point, I give way to Mr Durkin.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Would the Minister envisage that this clawback could be applied only to regional stadia, or would recipients of the Northern Ireland Football Fund, for example, be expected to cough up to?
Use it primarily for the regional stadia, because I think that if we're talking about a portion of significant commercial income, it is unlikely that some of the smaller clubs that may have been impacted by that, I'm not sure that they would get that commercial return. So I think that is still fair. I still think that's a reasonable point. I'm not even saying that this will generate a lot of income, but I'm saying, why wouldn't we allow that option to be there? Why wouldn't we consider that? So I think that it is disappointing the way this appears to be going. Much of this debate was in relation to one organisation being singled out over others. I believe the amendment gives us a way for us to consider this and to ensure that everybody is treated in a fair way. And I would encourage... I'll give way to Mr McCross.
Been very kind in giving way. Minister, there will be no shock that the SDLP won't be supporting the motion or the amendment, but seeing as you're a minister that's very worried about pounds and pennies, the SDLP will happily sponsor your first tickets to Casement Park.
That is very kind of the member, but can I urge him, even at this last minute, to reconsider, because if we are serious about spending money wisely, if we do want to ensure equality and equal treatment, I think that it would be wise for him to get on board. I'm reluctant to give way to the member because I thought his speech... No, I'm reluctant to give way to him because I thought his was actually a very lazy speech. I felt that his speech did not address the motion at all. This wasn't actually a proper debate about the rights and wrongs of a clawback. It was people repeating their old, tired... No, I'm not giving way. The old, tired ideas about Casement Park, rather than looking at the motion that is in front of us. If we read... I'm not giving away, Mr McNulty. If we read the motion and accept the amendment, I think it's something that everybody should be willing to accept. But unfortunately, I believe that some people are so blinded that they're not prepared to accept what are reasonable proposals in front of us. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Can I just remind the member that you're not supposed to be shouting at anyone from a salutary position? Thank you, Justin. Much appreciated. Okay, thank you. So, Jerry Carroll, you've got 5 minutes to wind in your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And obviously not be able to respond to everything, but I'll do my best to respond to some points. My colleague from West Belfast, the Junior Minister, talked about the benefits, the wide-ranging benefits of Casement Park if sort of development, and I hope that's the case. If a proper, manageable and safe Casement Park is allowed to go ahead. I think also in a general sense here, we also need to be cognizant, Deputy Speaker, of how developments, like I said, in a general sense, and the financial impacts of them are quite often exaggerated. By that I mean, we talk about your Olympics, your World Cups, your Euros, the economic impact beyond just on stadiums is quite often over-egged. Dave Zarin, the well-known sports journalist, talked about Olympics, but I think it's quite relevant to Casement Park. He said, you create this tourist mecca that reimagines what work is for working class people. It's not industry, it's not union work, it's service work. The jobs the Olympics create after the construction are almost entirely service work, and I think you could replace Olympics with any stadia across the north. I think that point needs to be emphasised. And if you look more closer to home as well, talk about, I remember before I was elected anywhere, the kind of the hoo-ha, if you will, around the Titanic development and the economic impact that would come from that. I think it was the largest public spend on a tourist attraction, certainly then in Europe, and obviously people would laugh at you if you talked about the economic and the job impact of that. Or Grand Central Station, while it's obviously important for transport, I think the... I'll go away, sure.
It's about much more than the economic impact. Can you imagine the feeling of young people coming out of the tunnel in Casement Park with the roar of the crowd, the raw nervousness, the excitement, the anticipation of the battle? You can't buy that with money, Jerry.
Jerry, you have an extra minute.
Thank you. I agree with the member, and I had the unfortunate reality of going as a kid and watching Adjournment get hammered by Derry most championship years, and a member for Foyle is probably laughing at that. But I agree. I'm just criticising the point, because the point was made not just by the member for West Belfast through the Deputy Speaker, but others about the economic impact. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I think it's generally over. Are you sure? Yeah.
That there will be economic benefits and impact, particularly with the footfall, particularly for the local businesses around West Belfast. And we should be ambitious as elected representatives for West Belfast. We want to see the most investment going into our small part of the world.
I agree with that, Deputy Speaker. I agree with the member on that. But the point I'm making is obviously the types of jobs. You know, will this be service industry, hospitality, where people are usually underpaid and quite often in non-unionised positions. So the point stands, and the members make, I think, valid points. Moving on, the member for South Down, Sienna's, talked about sort of the TV poking people in the eye, and I don't disagree with that, and she went on to criticise unionism, and some of the criticisms I would agree with, but obviously would remind her that her party is in government with the biggest unionist party in this place, and like another member mentioned, she said she had a speech that she wouldn't use, but went on to use that speech, which is her prerogative. Some would say performative, some would say other things about it, and she tried to lecture me and my party on the GAA, which I think, when members do that, I think there's really nothing else to criticise the amendment on. You didn't give way to me, so no thanks. You know, matters cost nothing and all that. So I think, and I'm used to sort of, on this particular point, Deputy Speaker Sinn Féin misrepresenting my views, my party's views on that. That's sort of by the by. I'll make some progress. And I'm used to that, Deputy Speaker, but they're also misrepresenting the concerns of people who live in the vicinity of Casement Park, in Stockmans, Moorland, Owen Vara, and elsewhere. And I think at a more deeper level, I think they know they've botched the Casement Park development up to this stage, and they're frustrated and angry about that. And if I was them, I would be as well. Moving on. The member for North Belfast, who isn't here anymore, and was robust as usual, but reluctant to give way, and Comrade Carroll would say to him, Big Bad Brett, that he needs to listen to the truth. It's possible, and I'm proud to stand with the residents of Andytown. It wasn't a picket line. A picket line involves striking workers. I'll maybe educate him about that at another day. Stand with them at a protest to say they're for the development of the stadium, but it's possibly for development in principle, in practice, but to criticise the particular development that was proposed. I don't think that's rocket science. I think people do grasp that, even if people are misrepresenting what that is about. Some members, Deputy Speaker, mentioned their concern about the singling out of the GAA. I mean, that's the point I've made directly. Made it directly to Timothy Gaston, I think yesterday, and made it directly in my speech today. But the amendment allows that, and strangely I found myself agreeing, maybe for the first time ever, with the Communities Minister. The amendment states about other stadiums as well, so it's explicitly not singling out the GAA. So I think people should genuinely read it and not being facetious here. Sure.
Giving way, I know you're winding on your amendment. Can I ask the member, it says in your amendment, funding for any stadia currently in construction has me a lot of concerns in your amendment, because if you are an organisation that has borrowed money, what does that say to the banks, that the funding will be changed as part of when they're already started?
Jerry, your time's running out.
5 seconds, can't really address that, so I came in earlier, but so I think the point still stands. And
Time's up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. So our next speaker is Timothy Gaston to wind on the motion, and Timothy, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and due to the lack of those willing to let me in, I hope to take every second of the 10 minutes if required. But I suppose from the get-go, I want to assure the House that yes, I'm still opposed to Casement. I unashamedly am opposed to the GAA for the grounds that they name after terrorists, for the atrocities that have been carried out, and there's trophies named after those, and that still has the linkage to the GAA to this day. So my challenge is to the GAA to sort out your own backyard and indeed sort out the image you portray to unionism. This debate, I suppose, has been a first for me, and I want to pick up on the point of order, Principal Deputy Speaker, that you made when you came in on Mr. Carroll. I know I'm not here that long, but nowhere in standing orders does it say that the Speaker overriding a debate can raise a point of order on a member. You can challenge the the member, absolutely, but raising the point of order, I don't reflect proper debate within this chamber.
Order. Take your seat. Maybe I should have said order rather than point of order. And it's important that when people speak here, despite political back and forth, that you speak with accuracy. Otherwise, you're deliberately denigrating someone. So, continue.
Principal Deputy, yes, happy to give way.
My concern, whilst never challenging the rule of the Speaker, that point of order, but I take the Speaker's point that it was an order that was made when I spoke, but the same wasn't applied to Mr. Brett in North Belfast.
I'll leave that up between the Principal
Order.
Deputy Speaker and
Timothy, if you don't mind taking your seat again. Jerry, you are challenging the Speaker. I do let a lot go back and forward, but the difference, what Philip Brett was doing was political. What you were doing was downright lies. So if you're not happy, and I suspect that you're not, I'm going to ask that Hansard be reflected and sent to you. I mean, if we had order every time somebody offended, somebody would be out in the hall with their fingers in their lips. That's not going to happen, but it's important that we don't tell lies either. Sorry, Timothy, for all the interruption. Please continue.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and to start off, reluctantly.
Would the member be concerned that a member of this House is being accused of lying by a person who's occupying the Speaker's seat currently?
Encourage the member to refer it to the Speaker. But as I was saying, to start off, Principal Deputy Speaker, and me sum up.
Timothy, would you mind taking your seat again? Yeah, this is now bordering on ridiculous, and it's begin to sound like na from grown adults, for want of a better term. What I will do is I'm going to refer to the Speaker. No one was accused of telling lies. What I said was it's important that people don't tell lies, okay, and accuracies as well. So, Timothy, continue for the fourth time.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I suppose to start off, me summing up properly, I want to put on record my thanks to Raise for the paper that they have commissioned, and I think they've done the homework of members within this House. It's clear that nationalism didn't bother reading either my motion or the Raise paper, which shows and quite well demonstrates that there is a precedent for this in the UK. Indeed, it talked about the Scottish model and indeed where the Olympic Stadium. So that just shows that members didn't like the messenger, they didn't read the motion and didn't bother reading the information that was provided, which is an excellent read, which I encourage anybody to spend the time and read over. But on that basis, I do want to move forward, and it shows a stark reality within this House when it comes to casement and it comes to debating any GAA matters. Time after time after time, nearly every nationalist MLA that got up had to declare an interest in their organisation, being affiliated, being a member of a local GAA, and it's no surprise then when they stand up that they want the GAA to be treated differently than any other organisation. My motion was very clear, that it draws a line in the sand. Whatever money has been offered out to date has gone. I wasn't here at the time. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but I'm talking about new monies going forward. And the amendment brought forward by Mr. Carroll, I agree with the vast majority of it, but the bit that I have the stumbling, the problem with, is that he talks about stadiums under construction. And I think it should be a case of that we need to draw a line in the sand and set an example going forward that any public money that will be given out by this executive will be introduced to the Clawback for those who will. For those that will be generating revenue. Happy to, Mr.
On that basis, if I can reassure the member, we don't have any currently under construction. There are no funding agreements in place either. So on that basis, perhaps the member would reconsider his position.
I think the Minister first clarity, but my concern is the NIFL funding for stadia, that all those like Ballymena United, there's different clubs the length and breadth of Northern Ireland who have in all good faith. I don't want another rerun of RHI where there was an agreement put in place and this executive comes back to a place where they roll back and commitments already made. So that is where my problem is with what the amendment brought forward. Support it in broad, absolutely. I have no problem that any money given out to any of the major stadiums from here on in should be forced and should undergo a clawback mechanism if there is revenue generated from them. But I just want to go through a number of the points that have been made. Indeed, Mr. Carroll, when he came in, put both feet into Sinn Féin and enjoyed that, to be honest with you, and some of those remarks. But he did outline that from the beginning, this project has been beset with problems from the get-go. Going through to, in no particular order, Cathy Mason, she talked about a farce. She was asking a simple question. I wanted to give her a simple answer, but she didn't want to know. She wouldn't accept an intervention. And that was a case of me coming out and publicly saying in this place, in my motion, I have no problem, whether it's football, rugby, GAA, from this point forward, they would face the clawback mechanism. But the problem that the member didn't want me to intervene in was simply quite clear. She had a script in front of her and would have to throw out the entire script. Time after time after time. Sinn Féin, they just wanted to line up and attack me and what I think of the GAA. But this isn't about the GAA per se. This is about public money, this is about fairness, and this is about prudent use of public money going forward. Andy Allen, I want to highlight his contribution. I thought it was excellent, where he talked about the planning challenges that have been inflicted this project right from the get-go and the court decisions. He talked about construction inflation, and he pointed out that the GAA have only committed 15 million to this project to date. When, at a time when we talked about potholes yesterday and there isn't the money to put into potholes, when our schools are crumbling, we can't build new schools. I think very much of Causeway Academy. We had a meeting yesterday morning where it hasn't even made the list of new schools. And yet the GAA have given a measly commitment to £15 million. So, Aisling Riley, I want to come back to you because you talked about double standards and you didn't listen to my intervention at all because you still went off on your pre-scripted nonsense that this was all, it was just about me against the GAA, which couldn't be further from the truth. This is about public prudence, public money, and it's quite clear from your contribution that Casement is the cash cow for the future of the GAA and how it's going to bankroll it. And that's not the case for rugby, and that's not the case for football. That's the case how you believe, time after time, member after member that's gotten up from the nationalist side today, that thinks the GAA should be treated differently. Mark Durkin, moving on to you. You talk about Regeneration West Belfast, no doubt about that. Party of esteem. You did go on to scoring points, but one thing I would say to you, Mark, is that when I hit, I put the ball in the net. The GAA like to put it over, miss the target and put it over the bar, whereas every time I take a shot, I hit my target. So just on that, Mr. Durkin, Sinead Ennis talked about a waste of time, so I will skip on over her remarks because I don't want to waste my time responding to her. So Pam Cameron brought us back to what the motion was really about. It was public finances, and she talked about a simple question: where is the funding to the public purse? So when we're putting in substantial amounts of money, there has to be a return to that. Mr. Brett, I want to pick him up and just reassure him. I'm sure he's watching on from upstairs, but the TUV policy hasn't changed. We are opposed to Casement Park. However, I'm in this house and I know the hand that I've been dealt with, and I recognise that Mr. Brett and others signed up to Casement a long time ago, and I have to work with the hand that I have been dealt with. Mr. Colm Gildernew talked about a culture war. It's frustrating how nationalism hasn't listened. They haven't read the motion. They hasn't listened to anything that has been said. But something they did talk about that was quite interesting. They talked about a 2.8 million generation figure. They talked about social and economic benefits that flow from that. If these are so, these benefits that come, well, where's the GAA's fair and equitable proportion to give into it? So if this means so much to the GAA, and going on to Mr McNulty, talked about a symbol of hope, the beating heart, well then why not stick your hand in your pocket, get the wallet out and pay your fair share for Casement Park? Time after time, you want the priority to be all things GAA. You want it to be treated differently. And that's something I don't want. I want all sports to be treated the same, and that's why I think it's fair I've said, draw a line in the sand, and any public money that is awarded from here for any sport going forward in the future should be subject to the clawback mechanism. And on that, did I get an extra minute since I was interrupted 4 times? No. On that basis, I happily move my motion and commend it to the House.
Timothy, I deliberately let you go over because of all the interruptions, two of which I know, but sometimes 4 seconds is a lot and other times it's too much, but we'll say nothing. I just want to clarify for Mr Carroll, I will be looking at Hansard. If I called you a liar, I will apologise. But there were differences in the two approaches. One is accusing someone of detrimentally, deliberately interfering with safety, and another one was completely political. You can see the nuances are slightly different, but if I called you a liar, I apologise, but I will look at the Hansard, because the last thing I want to do, to be frank, I want to be fair to everybody, so that's basically it. The Business Committee, it's clear to me that there's going to be a division unless I'm in another planet, I'll not ask, I'll just accept that there is. So the Business Committee is going to meet at 1 o'clock. I think we'll take the vote on the amendment first, then the motion straight after question time. So the Assembly is by leave suspended until after 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Communities, question 6 has been withdrawn. I'll call Emma Sheeran.
Kirsten Verheyen, lead the whole question 1, please.
Mr Speaker, the Your School, Your Club programme is being delivered on behalf of my department by Sport NI. The Chief Executive Officer has advised that a two-stage application process was used to identify and select projects. Stage 1 applicants were required to provide evidence of 4 mandatory criteria: managing authority support, Board of Governors support, security of tenure and planning approval if required. Schools which met all Stage 1 requirements progressed to Stage 2, where they were asked to submit additional information. This was assessed against a scoring matrix developed by Sport NI, which included value for money weighting. The required information included project description, current use and additional users, current hours and additional hours, details of programmes and activities, weekly timetable of estimated use, project finance including project costs and partnership funding, 2 years of accounts and the Northern Ireland multiple deprivation score.
Sharon.
Minister, we all remember the Lisneal debacle last year where money was allocated to that school without any evidence of clear objective need. Can you clarify if objective need has been factored into this latest round of funding via this scheme?
The member not to come to the chamber with any insinuation or unfounded allegations. I have just set out the process by which money was allocated, including the Northern Ireland multiple deprivation score. That is how all of this has been done. It has been in a fair and transparent manner, and Sport NI have been asked to do that on our behalf, and I have confidence that it has been done in the right way.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the Your Sport, Your Club has been a game changer, not only for East Antrim but right across Northern Ireland. So does the Minister agree that this programme should continue to be funded, and can he commit to further funding again next year?
Minister.
Yes, absolutely. I'm a strong supporter of this programme because I've seen the change that it can actually make in not just the schools themselves but in the communities that those schools also serve. That's why I increased the budget from £500,000 to £3 million this year. That's why we've seen so many projects go forward. And this is also a good example of two departments working together to deliver real outcomes for people across Northern Ireland. And we should all want to see more people get active. They need to have the facilities to do that. And what we are doing is benefiting not just health outcomes, but social inclusion, community cohesion, as well as all of the obvious sporting benefits. So I will continue to allocate additional levels of funding to this programme, along with my colleague Paul Given, to ensure that we deliver these vital sporting resources to our communities right across Northern Ireland.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister, for the update on this programme. As you'll be aware, Ulster Hockey presented to the Communities Committee last week to outline, to sort of speak to their report in terms of the state of pitches right across Northern Ireland. I wonder, can you provide this House with an update on any plans for additional hockey pitches in Northern Ireland? Thank you.
I also had a very good meeting with Ulster Hockey in the last couple of weeks, and they expressed some of the concerns that she has also raised in her question. I am committed to developing sporting facilities in Northern Ireland. That's why I brought forward the Olympic Legacy Fund, which allows organisations to apply for funding to match that through crowdfunder, and I'm sure she'll be aware of many of those in her own constituency as well that are doing just that. But of course, I always want to see more money for sport. We're operating in a constrained budgetary environment, which is why the Olympic Legacy Fund is such a good programme, because it brings together the government support that we do have along with those raising their own money, and I hope that that can continue. But I will do everything that I can to make sure that there is provision, especially in hockey, where there has been such growth in recent years.
Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, does your department hold any data on the downstream benefits of sporting participation, and especially embedding a culture of inclusive participation and involvement from early years and through school and beyond?
Many surveys and pieces of research done over the years, but I don't think any of us need that to understand and recognise that it is without question something that is beneficial, that gets more people more active more often, and improves to wider health and societal outcomes. That's why I'm so keen to make sure that we do continue to invest and have those facilities that can be used by people across Northern Ireland, and that's why the Your School, Your Club programme is so important, because so much of our sporting estate is within the school estate, and I want that to be open as much as possible, all hours, so the school can benefit from it, and then the wider community can benefit as well. This hadn't been done on such a scale before, and I'm committed to continuing to find innovative ways to ensure that we get the facilities that we all need and deserve. Mr. Speaker, all executive departments are currently engaged in the development of the Ulster Scots Language, Heritage and Culture Strategy and the Irish Language Strategy through the work programme of the Cross-Departmental Working Group. The group work builds on the work of each strategy's expert advisory panel and co-design group to ensure that each strategy is coherent, costed and accompanied by a series of achievable actions within departmental remits. The detailed timing for this work is to a large degree outside of the control of my department. There's a wide range of material to be considered, and the working group members need to take into account their existing departmental priorities, budgets and the practicalities involved in delivering on the vision. Once the group has completed its work programme and upon receipt of relevant departmental approvals, officials will bring forward both draft strategies for my consideration, and then I will bring them to the executive.
Mr. Kearney.
Thank you for that, Minister.
Recently defined with a reputation for being hostile to the Irish language, hostile to equality and hostile to the Irish language community, and doing meetings with that. That is the opposite of what should be expected from your office. Therefore, Minister, can you outline what steps you will take for the duration of this mandate to rebuild relationships, trust and confidence with the Irish language community in the North?
Well, no, it hasn't. That's what the member and his party have tried to portray. I have treated everybody with equality. I've met with individuals, I have met with organisations, I have attended events, and I will continue to engage with people across the whole breadth of my portfolio. I know it is in his political interest to say otherwise. He and his party have tried to do this in regards to this strategy, even when it's been outside of my control. He has tried to portray this as a hostility to language. And can I just say, it has actually been his party that has done more to harm the development of the Irish language in our society by the moves that they have made. Take, for example, in regards to street signage in Belfast, a 15% threshold, even when things go against the wants and desires of the vast majority of people, they are still willing to put in place a policy that is not conducive to good relations. So the member should take a look in the mirror if he is concerned about the development of the Irish language. As far as I'm concerned, I will continue to work for everybody in Northern Ireland and find a way forward that has consensus and that is affordable and that is effective.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Can the Minister confirm what resources he is currently committed to the delivery of the Irish language strategy, including also how many officials are currently working on delivering it?
Minister. Well, he'll be aware that the work is not just one for the Department for Communities, it's across all departments through the work of the Cross-Departmental Working Group. But he raises a good point in terms of resource. We certainly need to make sure that anything that is agreed is affordable, and that will be an important part of the work going forward. And that is obviously the role of the Cross-Departmental Working Group, because although we will always have the expert advisory panels and the co-design groups that input that information into the department, ultimately it is the politicians and ministers as decision makers that need to make sure that it's affordable.
Jerry Call. So Grand Central Station is in an interface area used by people of all languages, but especially a large number of people who are Gaelgoers. I think your intervention, by many people's accounts, in opposition to bilingual signage is causing a lot of anger and a lot of frustration. If you want to dissuade and challenge Mr. Kearney's accurate points, then the best way to do that would be to withdraw your objection to bilingual signage on that site. Will you take this chance to do that today?
No, I won't, because this is an important point of process. The law is in place and the law needs to be followed. I strongly contend, and that is why I'm intervening in the case, that the Minister for Infrastructure is not abiding by the law. She has stepped outside of it. There is a requirement to bring issues that are significant, cross-cutting or controversial to the Executive. This is clearly controversial. In my view, it is clearly cross-cutting, and therefore it should come to the Executive, and ministers should know better. So it is entirely right and appropriate that this is done, and if it is done outside of that process, that is not only a breach of the law, but it also shows that there is an understanding, perhaps, that that would not have got the required support. So we don't go on ourselves. We work together collectively to find a way forward. And this is an important point of law. It was crucial and a crucial part of negotiations that took place 20 years ago that led to the restoration of this place in 2007. And it is imperative that the law is followed.
Pam Cameron.
Mr Speaker, I've asked the Minister if he, given the current budgetary environment that we are living in today, does the Minister agree that this House should have complete clarity on the costs associated with the Irish language strategy?
Yes, absolutely, and that's a key part of the cross-departmental working group's plans, and it's the same approach that was taken in regards to the anti-poverty strategy as well. We need to make sure that when we're bringing forward actions, that those are actually affordable, and that we can look at them in the round in terms of our wider priorities as well. And I know that the chairman of the Communities Committee is very interested in cost. In fact, when I confirmed after multiple assembly questions, committee letters and correspondence that there was no cost involved with updating the DFC logo, he still couldn't accept or understand that, and it does raise a wider question, because it is important. I know that the member was embarrassed last week by his performance at the committee. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I know that the truth can hurt sometimes, but it is very, very clear that he was not able to understand what those letters have said. Perhaps the Assembly could provide some training in that regard. But at a time when our finances are, I think the fact that he is shouting from a sedentary position actually just confirms the fact that he has got it wrong. But I'm more than happy to have a debate with him on these issues at another time. But yes, what we need to do is make sure that we consider carefully what we spend our money on and make sure that that is properly prioritised as well.
Speaker, there's been some suggestion in various arenas that the Minister has taken a different approach to the language strategy as to what he has taken on other strategies. Can he perhaps set out whether the approach that he has taken and the Department has taken has been the same across the board?
Yes, I can. It's been an entirely consistent approach. Now, obviously, I have had to deal with the hand that I have been dealt, and that meant that the co-design groups were in place and the work that they had done was there, and I needed to take that on board. However, important though that work is, it was important that that was brought into cross-departmental working groups so that we can work out what is affordable and what is deliverable, and that is why we're going through the process that we have. But whether it is the Ulster Scots, the Irish language, the anti-poverty strategy, the disability strategy, the disability and work plans, they have all gone through the same process, because I want to make sure that we look at the problems that we're trying to tackle, we find out how we can best tackle those, what is affordable, what is deliverable, and I can assure the member I've been completely consistent and have taken the same approach to all of them. Mr Speaker, I regularly engage with executive colleagues and stress the need for greater collaboration to prevent homelessness. Homelessness prevention is a key objective within the housing supply strategy that I brought to the executive, and also a priority within the executive's programme for government. Along with the Minister for Health, I have launched the new Foundations project to help prevent young people that are leaving care entering homelessness. This is a specific priority in the programme for government, and my department will continue to work closely with partners across the executive to explore opportunities for meaningful joint working and to ensure greater collaboration and engagement at strategic level to prevent homelessness. And as part of this, officials are currently working with executive departments to develop the next interdepartmental homelessness action plans.
Mr McGlone.
Thank you, Minister. But just picking up on the theme that you were taking, that area that you were taking us into about cross-departmental collaboration, could you specify how resources between departments and that's interdepartmental and indeed external to that with other agencies are being coordinated to ensure that people who are homeless, but especially those who are vulnerable with particular maybe mental health needs, how those issues and how those people are being looked after?
Absolutely, and the member's right to raise this issue, and I think that whenever you consider some of the most acute need that we see in our society, and those right on the edges and fringes, so often these are issues that are not just related to the absence of housing, but to other health, in particular mental health issues that are taking place. That's why there is very close collaboration between the Department for Communities and the Department of Health. Officials work very closely to address those issues, and it's why you will see specific actions coming forward in the first action plan for the housing supply strategy as well.
Gareth Wilson.
Minister, can you advise what steps you have taken to enhance homelessness prevention?
Yes, absolutely. I believe that we have made more progress in the strategic shift towards homelessness prevention in the last 2 years than what my predecessors were able to do before me in the entirety of their tenure. Where has the funding allocations come from? From the Finance Ministry? Why have we not had that as a priority whenever they held the finance portfolio? But in spite of those budget allocations that I continue to receive, this year alone I have ring-fenced an additional £2.5 million for strategic homelessness prevention. I've provided £3 million to the new Foundations project. I've provided an additional £1 million to bring forward new and extended supporting people services, and that's in addition to the £4.3 million allocated to the Housing Executive for community prevention activities. I am proud of the change of approach that has taken since I've come into this department, but I'm not stopping here, and I will continue to deliver, especially for those most in need.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister if he's met with those who provide homelessness frontline services, especially those who've experienced issues with the severe weather emergency protocol in recent weeks?
Yes, I have met with those organisations involved in that, and I believe next week or possibly the week after I will also be going out at night to meet with those directly on the front line.
Down the Dillon.
Thank you, Ken Margaret. And actually, just on the back of the question that was just asked, I think he's just said you're going out next week with those organisations. Is that out on the ground to meet the people who we're talking about, those that are homeless? Because these people come from our community. They are somebody's child, they are somebody's mother, they are somebody's brother. So just to get a better understanding of the challenges that they face, how they end up homeless. And you talked about the resources you're using. We need to understand, are those resources, is that money being best spent?
So yes, absolutely. That's why I'm going out at night to meet with those most affected, so I can see for myself the impact that we're having and what, if any, changes can be made as well. And I'm more than happy to report back to the House on that. And absolutely, we need to make sure money is being spent as wisely as we can. There can be good projects that it's going towards. Are there better initiatives that we can look at? I'm happy to explore all of those, because we are talking about people often due to health and often mental health issues are right on the fringes, and we need to provide them the support to get back to where they need to be.
Question 4.
Mr. Speaker, the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to strengthen political, cultural and economic and community links, given the historical connections that exist between Northern Ireland and the United States. I provided £426,000 to a wide range of partners and community organisations for projects that will commemorate and recognise the unique contribution that early settlers from Northern Ireland played in the foundation of the United States, and which will support and promote our culture, heritage and arts sectors, as well as our tourism offering.
So, first of all, Minister, let me say I strongly support celebrating the contribution of people from all over this island, including the Scots-Irish, Ulster Scots, to the United States. It's important to be clear about a couple of historical points. No one migrated from Northern Ireland because it didn't exist in the 18th century. That's not to diminish the contribution of those who left Ulster at that time. Secondly, it is also true to say that of those people, those Ulster Scots, who made their place in the United States and built that republic free from the Crown, people like Andrew Jackson, whose home I've been to in Tennessee, people like Chester A. Arthur, whose home you went to recently in Antrim, people like Benjamin Franklin, they were by definition Republicans. They believed in a democracy with citizens independent under the law. They did not believe in Donald Trump and the autocracy he is building. Will you guarantee that no public money will be spent celebrating the corrupt Donald Trump and will be spent on the historical links between this place and the United States?
Okay, Minister.
Can I just say to Mr O'Toole, get over it, okay? There are some people out there that are determined to highlight the fact that, yes, this was the independence of the United States. Yes, there were differences, of course, with Britain at that time. That's okay. We've gotten over it. He should too. What I'm trying to do is highlight the importance of the role played by those that left these shores, left Ulster, whatever term he wants to use. And I want to make sure that we are highlighting that. That helps us to build links with the United States. It gives us another hook for us to make sure that people are interested. So I'm unashamed in doing this, not only because of the economic benefits and the tourism benefits that can come from this, but we're also investing in cultural, arts, musical organisations as well. So there's benefit in all of this to us. He mentions, as many others have, the difference of opinion that some may have with the current occupant of the White House. Let me say that I will take different views with different people who sit in the White House. I visited the White House when Joe Biden was president. When Joe Biden oversaw the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan that has left another generation subjugated under the rule of the Taliban. I strongly disagree, I'm sure on many points with many different US presidents, but I'm not there to engage just with the current administration, but wider business leaders and those involved in culture and the arts as well. So I will be proud to represent Northern Ireland. I'll be proud to go out, to show up, to stand up, to speak up for Northern Ireland, and I wish that others would welcome that and do the same.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I welcome the Minister's work on this issue and also his leadership in going out to Washington in March. And can I say, it was great to hear Secretary of State Rubio mention the connection with the Scotch-Irish or the Ulster Scots in a speech last week, which I think speaks to some of the work and the influence of some of the work that's being done here. Can I ask him, though, whether the Minister welcomes the joint proposal of the SDLP and the DUP in supporting a statue being erected for John Dunlap?
Absolutely. I do welcome that and welcome working closely with Mr McCrossan on that. John Dunlap is someone who at 10 years of age left Strabane to go to the United States and made an incredible contribution. And I want to thank Mr McCrossan and Mr Buchanan, Mr Tom Buchanan, for their proposal, and I have instructed officials to progress this at pace. And I too welcome the comments made by Secretary of State Marco Rubio in a recent speech where he recognised the contribution by the Harty clan from the hills of Ulster. By the way, that doesn't come about by mistake. The fact that the US Department of State recognised the importance of this is testament to the work that has been done to raise the profile of those early Ulster settlers. So I think that people should welcome it. I'm glad that the SDLP see this as an opportunity. It's unfortunate that we haven't got Sinn Féin over the line on that yet. They're very short-sighted, I think, in relation to this. In fact, the Deputy Chair of the Communities Committee has called some of these projects vanity projects, called them sectarian, and that is very, very disappointing. And can I urge Sinn Féin to recognise there is nothing to fear from Ulster Scots? Can I urge Sinn Féin to recognise that there is nothing to fear from equality? And I hope that they will reconsider their views and their position on this matter.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Minister. And just an interaction there, I was actually thinking of the hymn Amazing Grace, an English man washed up in Donegal on his way to America, but that's beside the point. Can the Minister outline how value for money and long-term public benefit have been assessed when allocating funding for the USA NI 250 projects?
Of course, this is a really positive move because we're, as so many people in this chamber often call for, more money for the arts, more money for culture. And let me go through some of the projects that have been funded. National Museums, NI, The Stories of Us, £50,000 to tell stories of people who left Ulster and their influence in the USA. £50,000 for Ulster University for their project. Tourism NI, their experience development as well, £21,000 because they see the value in this as well. Also, Tourism Ireland, who are investing significantly because they see the benefit that can come from this as well. In addition to many other groups and organisations that see the benefit from this. And of course we will be reviewing all of these and getting feedback, and I'll be happy to update the member on this.
John Burrows.
Mr Speaker, the UK Government's public tennis court refurbishment fund was only available in Great Britain and therefore no money from it was allocated to Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Department of Finance said that there was £0.6 million allocated to Northern Ireland. They wrote that in their correspondence to us, but they don't seem to be able to explain where the money was spent. Can you shed any light on this?
If that has come as a Barnett consequential, Mr Speaker, that hasn't come through to me. Unfortunately, that's very often the case when it comes to the Department for Communities. Throughout the breadth of my portfolio, we get millions and millions of pounds every year that don't make it to the department. So I'll be interested to find out more on that and to see why that was not allocated.
For his answers, but since that funding was raised, Minister, can you give us an idea or an update on the Olympic Legacy Fund, where it stands at the moment?
Yes, and this is one of the reasons why the Olympic Legacy Fund was put in place, was to ensure that there would be funding streams available to sports clubs so that they could apply. So Sport NI has now approved 37 projects across 9 different sports and in all 11 council areas, totalling £1 million. An additional 39 projects with a total funding request of £1.2 million were held in reserve, and I'm pleased to confirm that I was able to provide an additional £1.2 million of capital funding to the programme through in-year easements to ensure the fund could better meet these demands and maximise benefits to our sporting sector and local communities.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, subject to the consent of the Assembly to the legislative consent motion, the universal credit two-child limit will be removed from April 2026. This represents a significant step in supporting low-income families and reducing child poverty in Northern Ireland, and it is a change that I wholeheartedly welcome. Following this change, households who are currently affected by the two-child policy will see an increase in their underlying UC entitlement. This is expected to reduce any UC transitional element that may be in payment, and my officials are undertaking analytical work to determine the specific impacts of this change.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for confirming that. I am greatly worried by the fact that we are giving with one hand and taking with the other in terms of removing the child limit and with the transitional protection. Can the Minister confirm whether his department has modelled and has got the numbers of those families who will likely face a deficit when this comes into play?
In response to her first question, officials are currently undertaking an analysis of that, and we'll be more than happy to share that data when we can.
Senator McLaughlin. Minister.
As the Local Growth Fund will be administered directly by the UK Government, my department is unable to assess in detail the impact of the potential loss of funding on the community and voluntary sector. Economic and activity rates remain too high in Northern Ireland, but it is not one that my department or one sector can address alone, but I will continue to push for the importance of this to be recognised.
Minister, can you explain what steps your department will take to prevent vital community services from totally collapsing?
I recognise the concern that many across the community and voluntary sector have expressed in relation to this. This is why I was surprised at the lack of reference to it in the Finance Minister's budget, but I will continue to discuss the issue with executive colleagues so that we can explore solutions that will prevent some of the more detrimental impacts that the reduced budgets proposed by the UK Government will have on community and voluntary organisations, and I'm more than happy to work with other departments to assist. But ultimately it is the Finance Minister that is leading on this work, and I would again urge him to consider the matter urgently.
Preside.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, you referenced the lack of reference to the Local Growth Fund in the multi-year budget. I also was disappointed to see that. But Minister, will your department or any other department be in a position to fill any of the gaps being caused by this reduction in funding for the Local Growth Fund?
Minister.
And that's why I wanted to see some support there within the 3-year budget. It is not there, but as always we will look at some of the issues that are brought forward and see how we can help on that. That's certainly not making any promises. You'll understand the difficulties around that, but certainly we need to support those who do so much to support the work of the Executive.
Mark Durgan, and topical questions.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Minister, in light of last night's ICE warning and the deeply troubling and shameful fact that 58 deaths occurred among the homeless community last year, who made the decision not to activate the severe weather emergency protocol? What criteria were applied, and how were the safety and protection of vulnerable people placed at the centre of that decision?
Sure.
The Housing Executive have informed me that SWEP was in place yesterday evening and operated as intended.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Information I've received from one of the organisations, I presume that the Minister will be meeting shortly one of those organisations on the front line helping people in these darkest of hours, is that it hadn't been activated, so there's obviously some confusion there. But given the loss of 58 lives and the growing concern across our communities, will the Minister commit to obtaining and publishing the requested figures from Northern Ireland Housing Executive on emergency accommodation applications and unmet need, and to urgently reviewing SWEP to ensure it's guided by risk to life and delivered with dignity, compassion and humanity?
Minister.
We all want to see, but there does seem to be some confusion around this, so if we can provide any clarity and additional information, I am happy to do so, but I hope that he recognises my commitment to making sure that this can get stood up. When I entered office, the budget in 23-24 was £9,837. That has since increased to £51,523. I recognise this is a serious issue. I want to do everything that I can to make sure that support is provided, and I'm happy to provide that additional information for him.
Ferguson.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, according to the latest census, you're well aware that there was currently 52,300 vacant households. That's houses without usual residents, and I know that can include holiday homes and rental accommodation, which is 6.4%. And likewise, I've just checked there, LPS on the 31st of December 2025 basically said there's 22,749 vacant domestic properties, which is 2.7%. We can all agree, and we know in our communities, a lot of properties may be lying empty. So I want to ask, what actions will you take to ensure as many of these properties can be brought back into use as soon as possible?
Absolutely, and you'll see proposals coming forward in the action plans, and work is ongoing with other government departments as well. We're also conducting our own research in relation to holiday lets, which I think is becoming a growing problem, certainly according to some of the anecdotal evidence that we're getting, but we need to do that proper research in relation to that, and that is going on as we speak and will continue this year. I want to make sure that we do deal with vacant properties. There's also an element of fraud here as well that is involved, and we'll be bringing in new measures to crack down on that. We are in a housing crisis. We need to make sure that we're using the homes that we have. They're going to those that need them. That will be a cross-departmental bit of work. There'll be a role there for the Department for the Economy, for the Department of Finance in relation to rates, but I stand ready to work with executive colleagues to tackle this issue.
Mrs. Ferguson.
Thank you, Minister. We're well aware of the empty home strategy, and it's well out of date since 2018. And you have indicated you don't plan to refresh that plan anytime soon. Would you not agree, given the very significant housing supply crisis we do face, that it's time we maybe refreshed that strategy and put into place proposals to bring these empty homes back into use?
She's right, it is a housing supply issue, which is why it will be part of the housing supply strategy and the action plans. I think that those should be incorporated into that rather than another standalone document. I'm happy to update her on that whenever we have those action plans agreed by the Executive.
Giles Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has talked about the need for a ring-fence budget for the Social Housing Development Programme. Can he provide more detail on this and give an update on progress?
Yes, this House will be aware that the Executive has agreed targets for social house building, both the programme for government and in the housing supply strategy. Historically, my department has consistently received insufficient funding from the Department of Finance, which has meant that we have not been able to meet those targets. I have made proposals to the Executive which would have the full amount required for the social housing development programme ring-fenced at the outset of the financial year. This would ensure we meet our targets, but would also ensure we spend the money in the best possible way. Building social homes is complex, and too often my department has had to rely on capital allocations late in the year. This is not good enough anymore, and we must see proper funding allocations for targets agreed by all parties around the Executive table.
Mr Wilson.
Like me, is the Minister surprised that Sinn Féin have not welcomed this proposal, given how often they talk about social housing as a political priority for them?
Absolutely. I think it's a peculiar attitude to take to social housing, and I think that was laid bare at the Communities Committee last week, where I had presented a very sensible proposal. Do you... Oh. Well, all I can say, Mr Speaker, is that there are people in my department who are paid to watch the Communities Committee. You probably need to be paid in order to want to watch that. However, I did get a report on that and was watching some of it back myself, and I have to say it does surprise me that Sinn Féin and the Alliance Party did not take the opportunity to agree that that money should be ring-fenced. And any consideration of what I'd said at previous meetings would have made people aware that it's a very simple, straightforward proposal. I did not introduce at any time the notion of a business case requirement, but over the course of that meeting, the Chair had introduced the idea that I said there was a business case coming, and then it became an accepted requirement as the committee's confused exchanges continued. I think it was fair to say that it was an absolute farce at the committee. It was a very simple and very straightforward proposal. Do we believe that money for social housing should be ring-fenced? There is no business case. There is no business case. Do you accept it? They don't accept it. They don't agree. Scrutiny. There is no scrutiny from the committee. It's a farce. It's a mess at every single opportunity. 35 times the committee mentioned a business case. There is no business case. Do you agree with the fact that ring-fenced money should be made available for social housing? I do, other parties don't.
Cathy Mason.
Minister, every time we see cold weather, we see floods or we see storms, we also see chaos around the triggering of the SWEP protocol. There always seems to be confusion about when it's deployed, and we've seen that again last night. You know this protocol exists to save lives. You're the Minister for Communities. This sits squarely within your remit and it's your responsibility. Can you explain why there was so much confusion?
I fully accept that this is something that we do within the department. It's not something that's a statutory requirement, but it's something that I have increased funding in because I recognise the importance of it. I can't speak to the confusion that exists because I have been told that it was in place yesterday evening and that it operated as intended. If that is wrong, I am more than happy to take that back and make sure that we do something about it. But I would say that I have focused on this. I have made sure that we have given it additional resource. I will continue to give it what it needs, and I will provide any information that I can to help prevent any further confusion.
Mrs Mason.
So, Minister, you can't explain then why there was so much confusion. You're very, very fond of getting up and showboating and playing your theatrics and attacking and trying to belittle other people who try to scrutinise you. Minister, You have nothing to fear from a little bit of scrutiny. Maybe you should realise that. When are you going to step up, and when are you actually going to protect these people?
I've already set out my position. I've said I'm happy to provide additional information to the House, and she rolls her eyes and she shakes her head. But I have said that that is a direct answer to the question. I will provide the additional information. She does not need to act like a child when it comes to this issue, because I have been very clear in saying to her that I will provide the additional information that is required. We will get to the bottom of that. We will provide that. But yes, I do have a problem with her so-called scrutiny, because she throws mud and she doesn't really have any sensible questions that she can ask. It always is just attack, attack, attack. It's attack, attack, attack from the member all the time. This is a serious issue. I have actually followed this up. I have followed this up with the funding that it requires, and I will continue to do what I can to make sure that what we need is in place.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what new funding has been allocated within his department's draft budget to support delivery of the anti-poverty strategy?
Well, of course, at this stage, the work is still continuing because it is out to consultation. It was out to consultation. That consultation is now closed, and it has now come back to departments to consider. At that stage, it will be for departments to consider what additional measures can be put in place. However, I hope that the departments will look at their priorities and look at the additional measures that can be put in place so that we can actually make sure we make a difference.
Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for that reply. I'm sure you'll understand that I was hopeful of a bit more information on committed funding, but in light of that, can I ask then what engagement there has been directly with other departments in relation to how they can contribute to the anti-poverty strategy, and does he have a commitment from any of them at this stage on that strategy?
Work has gone on through the cross-departmental working group. The information will be fed back, and we look forward then to discussing that further. And ultimately, these conversations will need to happen at the executive table as well.
Sinead Ennis isn't in her place. David Brooks.
Speaker, committees in this place have a duty to give scrutiny to their ministers, but also to assist and support them in the delivery of their remit. Can I ask on that basis for his assessment of the Communities Committee?
Well, I've been a member of this House for more than a decade, and if I'm answering the question directly and fairly, I don't think I've seen a more dysfunctional committee in all of my time. We have a chairman that cannot read letters, so brilliantly exposed by Pam Cameron, a deputy chairperson who thinks that money going to Ulster Scots is sectarian, another committee member who thinks she's a legislative geek, yet caused the committee to require a full U-turn on her daft proposal after they received legal advice. And as I mentioned before, in one meeting they mentioned 35 times a business case that doesn't exist. And now we have, for the first time, I think for the first time ever now, we have a Communities Committee who can't even agree that they would like to see ring-fenced funding so that we can meet our social housing targets. So that's my analysis, but I'll let the public make up their own mind.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Chair of the Committee seems to be getting himself very exercised this afternoon. But this is a committee that's refusing to give the Minister their support in terms of his ambitions for social housing. Can I ask the Minister whether he will do everything he can to ensure that the necessary budget for social housing, which all parties agreed to, will be found?
Just remind the questioner that questions should not contain requests for expressions of opinion, legal or otherwise. But Minister, I don't think the second question was like that, nonetheless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, on a serious point, although I may not be getting support from others around the House for social housing targets. I remain committed to doing this because I understand how important it is that we have social housing built, that we use all of the levers at our disposal to do that. That's why I'm making the Housing Association grants go further. That's why I'm looking at opportunities at how we can better use public sector land as well, because I want to make sure that we build more homes. I hope that I can have the support of other parties to do that.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Time may beat us here, but Minister, I wrote to you last year, you may recall, highlighting how poor and delayed information sharing from industrial injuries benefit to the Civil Service Pension Scheme is effectively building in overpayments for those in receipt of permanent injuries awards. You undertook at that stage to do something about that and to review the procedures. Haven't heard anything more. Can you update us on what is happening in that space?
Yes, that work is still ongoing. I don't have anything concrete for him, but I will provide him that when I have it. In fact, I will write to him today with the latest update that we have, although it may not be complete.
Perfect. That ends question time. The Minister for Communities. Okay. So, yeah, we'll just give us a couple of... Yes, surely.
Preelach Cancorlea, can I ask you to review the very fact that the Minister has called me a child today? This is the second time he's done that. He also referred to me as not being a grown-up the last time I asked him a question, and also if I could ask him to maybe answer me in writing, because he didn't answer my question.
Okay, so the Minister shouldn't be calling anybody a child, but the Minister can answer his question whatever way he wants. Regrettably, there's loads of times, and I've fallen foul of it myself, where we could use language and descriptions and adjectives even a lot better. But what I will do is I'll just take it back and ask the Speaker to review Hansard, and maybe the Minister, if he feels that he hasn't, or if you haven't got the response, that you can write to the Minister and get your question answered in writing. Okay.
Happy to write to the member. This is a serious issue. It's one that I take very seriously. If she has more specific questions that she wants to ask around that, I am happy to provide that information to her. I think there is a point that has been made here that we need to have more clarity on what happened last night and other nights. I'm happy to provide that to the member because this is a serious issue, and I hope she takes that in the spirit in which it's intended.
Okay. So I've come back in the chair and sunshine's descended on the Assembly. Great to see. So, okay, that's no more points of order. Fine. So we'll move straight into the vote. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Jerry Carroll be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Okay, I've got that. Can't we have any noes? No. Aye. Don't join the choir, Paul. Okay. The question we put in 3 minutes. Thank you. Order, members. Order, members. Would you resume your seats, please? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Jerry Carroll be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay. Okay, so, okay. Okay, Paul, definitely do not join the choir. Okay, so do we have tellers? Okay, members. Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Robbie Butler and Jerry Carroll. Tellers for the noes are Cathy Mason and Linda Dillon. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. order, members. Thank you. Clerk, would you please read the result?
77 members voted, 31 members voted aye, 46 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay. So I've been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27 brackets 1A brackets B that there's agreement we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight into division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Unfasten the doors. Follows. Members, thank you. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Robbie Butler and Timothy Gaston have been appointed as for the ayes, and tellers for the noes are Linda Dillon and Cathy Mason. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Order, please. Members, resume your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the results?
77 members voted, 31 members voted aye, 46 members voted no. The motion therefore falls.
The motion falls. Members, could you please take your ease before we move on to the next item of business? Unfasten the doors. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion on troubles related to sexual crimes and child sexual abuse. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly accepts that crimes of a sexual nature, including child sexual abuse, have a particularly insidious effect on society and have a long-lasting physical and psychological impact on the victim and their wider family. Calls on the UK Government to ensure that victims of troubles-related sexual violence can seek a legacy investigation as part of the proposed Legacy Commission, and that crimes of a sexual nature, including rape and child sexual abuse, are included as a separate qualifying criteria alongside serious injury and death, and further calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to write to the UK Government to ensure these often overlooked crimes are included in the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill.
Thank you, and I call on Doug Beattie to move the motion. Doug?
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Doug, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I suppose this motion is on the backdrop of all of us as political parties looking at the legacy mechanisms that's been proposed by the Labour government. And I think we're all in a position to try and shape those legacy mechanisms, that is the Legacy Commission. But I don't think any political party yet has fully endorsed them, or I don't think any political party has said, no, we don't support them at all. So I think we're all just working to see what we can do to make the best legacy mechanism, which is best for victims and for societal needs. So it's about shaping that legacy bill. And this motion, therefore, is an attempt to shape the bill, and it comes on the back of an amendment to the bill to include sexual violence as a bespoke criteria for an investigation by the Legacy Commission, along with injury and death. Mr Speaker, but I must be clear from the very, very start. Any person who has experienced sexual violence, be that in the past or be that present, troubles-related or not troubles-related, should use our criminal justice system now. And I would urge them all to go to the police. However, what this motion is trying to address is sexual violence and child abuse that still echoes from our troubled past and the persistent fear from terrorist groups, both Republican and Loyalist. This fear still exists many years after the Belfast Agreement in some communities, unspoken, controlling, isolating, leaving victims afraid to come forward lest they be seen as a traitor to their communities even many years after. It is in this instance that the unique attributes of the Legacy Commission may well give those victims hope. When we talk about the Troubles, the images that normally flash through our minds are stark. Soldiers on street corners, the plume of smoke after a bombing, the crack of gunfire. We think of conflict fought with guns and bombs, a political battle between armed factions. However, sexual violence has also been used as a weapon of war for as long as war has existed, and it's absolutely no different here in Northern Ireland with our terrorist campaign. That weapon that does not discriminate between religions or ideologies, but preys on the vulnerable. A weapon that leaves no rubble, but destroys lives just as completely. A weapon that is historically neglected. For 30 years, while the casualty count rose, a different kind of violence was happening in the shadows. This was violence facilitated by the unique conditions of the Troubles, the breakdown of normal policing, closed structures of armed groups, a culture of silence that was enforced by the very organisations claiming to protect their communities. Without a doubt, the Troubles were overwhelmingly dominated by men. By men. In working-class neighbourhoods, the Royal Ulster Constabulary was often viewed as the enemy. In Republican areas especially, the police were not welcome, and many areas looked to local solutions to serious crimes as going to the police was frowned on. Into this vacuum stepped the paramilitaries and the terrorists. They became the law. They punished petty criminals and antisocial elements with kangaroo courts and brutal beatings and shootings. But to this monopoly on power created a terrifying vulnerability for victims of sexual crimes. If the police were the enemy, who did a young woman turn to when her abuser wore a balaclava? Yeah?
For giving way. Would the member agree with me that many young women on both sides of the community did not go to the police for fear of retribution?
Absolutely, and I think in that very short sentence you've hit the nail absolutely on the head. They absolutely didn't, and it was the Troubles that created that environment where they stayed away from the law enforcement agencies. Because this leads us to a painful reality. Sexual abuse was not just a byproduct of the Troubles, it was enabled and covered up by the Troubles, and the paramilitary justice system was on both sides. We saw this clearly in the case of Maria Cahill, a young woman from a prominent Republican family who was raped by a senior member of the IRA in West Belfast when she was just a teenager. Bound by her community's distrust of the police, she did what was expected of her. She reported the crime to the IRA. She trusted them to deliver justice. Instead, she was subjected to a secret interrogation in a community centre, re-traumatised by her own community, and eventually told that her rapist had been cleared by the organisation. She was warned not to go to the police. The message was chillingly clear. Protecting the political movement was more important than protecting its women. Thankfully, she did not stay quiet, and she was vocal, and I commend her for her courage.
I want to thank the member for giving way, and would the member agree with me that Maria is an incredibly courageous survivor of what she's been through and an incredibly powerful advocate for women in today's world?
Absolutely, and I've met Maria on many occasions, and I think she's exactly all of those things you've described. I don't think there's anybody here can't say that anything other than that of her. But what we talked about wasn't in isolation. Historians and former members have noted that the IRA civil administration team would often deal with sex offenders not by punishing them, but by moving them out of the area. They were spirited away, as one source put it, not out of kindness, but to protect the reputation of the organisation. A stain of rape was seen as a political liability, an embarrassment to the cause. This is a reality which was starkly emphasised by the rape of 17-year-old Paddy McGahan by an IRA man who'd been moved to a safe house in the Irish Republic. Instead of facing justice for rape, the rapist was exiled. The same dynamics exist in loyalist areas, where a rigid militaristic culture created the same opportunities for abuse and the same institutional pressures to stay silent. The victims were left in a kind of limbo. They wouldn't go to the police because the police were the enemy. They couldn't rely on the paramilitaries because the paramilitaries were the abusers or protecting the abusers. They were trapped in a silence enforced by the very nature of the conflict. In many ways, the targeting of women can be viewed through the brutal, ritualised act of gender-based violence known as tarring and feathering. It was public humiliation, directed only at women and girls. It was symbolic violence to drive community compliance through fear, shaving the heads of women to remove symbols of femininity. Those who are subjected to this brutal form of violence should not be forgotten, and they must be given the opportunity to seek justice as part of our legacy mechanisms. The retention of biometrics, including DNA, is set to change, with the Justice Bill presently going through the Assembly. Yet there will be exemptions for legacy cases to allow retention of these biometrics. Adding sexual crimes to the Legacy Commission Bill investigation criteria, as proposed in this motion, will ensure these biometrics will be retained. The Good Friday Agreement of 1998 ended the political violence, but it did not end this legacy. For decades, the story of sexual violence during the Troubles was a story yet to be told. The peace process focused on decommissioning weapons and releasing prisoners. It largely failed to acknowledge the suffering of these survivors of sexual violence. The silence in its own form of violence. It tells survivors that their suffering was collateral damage, less important than the larger political narrative. It is only recently, through the courage of women like Maria Cahill and through projects using artistic storytelling and theatre, that these voices are finally breaking through. They are forcing us to widen our lens and see the Troubles for what it truly was, not just a war between states and paramilitaries, but a war where the bodies of women and children were often treated as part of the battlefield. The use of sexual violence by terrorists and paramilitaries during the Troubles was not an accident. It was a feature of a conflict where power went unchecked and justice was held hostage by politics. We must commit to uncovering these hidden histories. We must listen to the voices that were silenced for so long. Be it violence against women and girls in the future, in the present, or in the past, we must take a stand. Where there are barriers, we must overcome them, and by ensuring that sexual violence is on the face of the Legacy Commission Bill, I think we can go some way to doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Doug. And I call on Linda Dillon. Linda.
Good leis, Corlia, and I want to begin by acknowledging the harm and trauma endured by all of those who have suffered sexual violence, whether during the conflict or outside of it. Without exception, it was wrong, it was cruel, and it should not have happened. Crimes of rape, child sexual abuse, sexualised assault, and many other intimate violations used to coerce, threaten or degrade anyone are among the most intrusive and devastating harms that anyone can endure. Where such allegations still exist, the PSNI should and must investigate. The impact of such abuse endures for a lifetime. For far too long, victims of sexual violence that happened during the conflict have been among the least heard in our society. That is not acceptable. We must support victims to break their silence. While concerned?
Absolutely, yeah. And I thank the member for taking intervention. Does the member agree with me that all too often perpetrators exploit their position of power and authority to manipulate, control and ultimately abuse and further damage their victims?
And the member has another minute.
Thank you. I absolutely do agree with that, and it has been said many times in this chamber and needs to keep being repeated. While concerned about the direction of travel with the Legacy Bill and the prioritisation of the needs of British state forces over victims, I will be supporting this motion, and we will be supporting this motion today. I also welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate and discussion about the overlooked crimes. We know that many victims were silenced by fear. We also know that many others were failed by the state institutions that should have protected them and did not. Many crimes also went unreported at a time when there was little confidence in state authorities and for fear that information would be used for other purposes, and indeed at a time when the state itself was carrying out abuses. In 2026, we have a responsibility to ensure that the full range of these harmful and intrusive experiences of sexual abuse are acknowledged, and also that the proper support services are in place. In turning to the present context of legacy and the ongoing Westminster legislative processes, we genuinely need to ask ourselves the question: if we are serious about healing the wounds of the past, then are we ready to lift the lid on all intimate and invasive harms suffered during the conflict period? Dealing with sexual abuse in a legacy context means that we also need to talk about abuse in the institutional settings. The indignity and the violations of strip searching, forced wishes, intimate searches and mirror searches were common practices in Long Kesh and Armagh jails, in Maghaberry and other prisons on these islands. Strip searching in a prison environment is a tool of intimidation, domination. It was an intimate and brutal violation and was carried out on thousands of prisoners, including young prisoners under the age of 18 years. It was mainstream and constitutes a grave human rights violation in every credible legal framework available to us. It also means that those who were tortured and suffered harm of an intimate nature in interrogation centres must have their voices heard. There needs to be a thorough investigation into the serious allegation of abuse of young boys in Cora Boys' Home, where there is growing evidence that British state intelligence agencies embedded known paedophiles. Why were such practices covered up? Complaints made about the failure of police to investigate allegations of sexual abuse in the Belfast Boys' Home were legitimate and justified, as was outlined by the Police Ombudsman in 2022. Clearly, had the RUC taken appropriate action at that time, many young boys would not have been abused. Answers are needed as to why the RUC did not act on information provided to them from 1973 to 76. Under Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights, sexual violence is categorically understood as torture or as inhuman and degrading treatment. It carries with it an absolute duty on the state to investigate, to provide accountability and to ensure that victims have access to justice. That obligation does not fade with time. The Women and Peace Security Framework, including UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and its successors, demands that conflict-related sexual violence be recognised, investigated and addressed as a distinct and serious harm. These commitments apply in full here. There is no room for ambiguity and no justification for exclusion. I want to conclude by making clear that our commitment is to ensure that the rights of all victims are respected and upheld. No harm inflicted by anyone on anyone can be minimised. Sinn Féin believes that any credible legacy mechanism must explicitly examine all harms, including those of a sexual nature. Only legacy structures that are grounded in human rights principles and that command confidence will provide victims with reassurance that their voices will be heard and their experience acknowledged, and that is right across the board for everybody. I will finish this by saying sexual offences carried out, like the member before me has said, against anyone in the past, by anyone in the past, can be investigated by the PSNI and should be investigated by the PSNI. They do not need to wait on this legislation. However, we absolutely support the sentiment of the motion. Victims of rape or child abuse do not have to wait. I would encourage anyone who has been a victim of abuse to come forward to the PSNI without delay, because you deserve justice and those responsible deserve to be punished.
Thank you, Linda. I call on Pam Cameron. Pam.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank and put on record my thanks to the UP members for tabling such an important motion to the House today. Crimes of a sexual nature, including child sexual abuse, are among the most serious and damaging crimes that can occur. They have a profound and long-lasting impact on victims and on their families. Victims and survivors of sexual abuse deserve to be seen, to be heard and to be protected. We recognise the immense harm caused by sexual abuse and the lasting physical and psychological impact it has on those affected. These are crimes that do not fade with time. Time does not heal these wounds, and it does not erase these crimes. This House has seen through the historical institutional abuse, truth recovery processes and investigations into historical clerical child abuse how important acknowledgement, truth and justice are for victims. For many, being recognised and believed is a vital part of that journey. Sexual abuse during the Troubles is too often overlooked in wider discussions about the violence of that period. That is wrong, and it must be addressed. Sexual violence did occur during the Troubles. Its impact was real, and it continues to be felt today. Excluding these crimes from legacy mechanisms risks sending the message that some victims matter less than others, and that is not acceptable. I acknowledge the very good work being undertaken by the Executive Office through the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy and the strategy for victims and survivors. That work is very important. However, it does not remove the need for victims of troubles-related sexual abuse to have access to legacy investigations. We want all victims of sexual abuse to be supported and have access to services that meet their needs for as long as that support is required. Victims should not be excluded because of the nature of the crime committed against them. That is why we support this motion and call on the UK Government to ensure that the victims of troubles-related sexual violence are included within legacy arrangements. Crimes of a sexual nature, including rape and child sexual abuse, should be recognised as a separate qualifying category alongside serious injury and death. Any approach must be victim-centred and trauma-informed. Victims' needs and experiences must be at the heart of the decision-making process, and care must be taken to avoid re-traumatisation. This motion is about fairness, it is about recognition, and it's about ensuring that victims of sexual abuse are no longer overlooked. I support the motion. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Pam. I call on Paula Bradshaw. Paula.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion and would thank the Ulster Unionist Party for bringing this important debate to the Chamber today. I would like to start by paying tribute to the victims who have spoken out in the past, including Maria Cahill. I think it's really important that we hear their voices and we act upon those. I should emphasise that the key reason for our support for this motion today is the principle behind it is that sexual crime should be recognised for what it is, the very worst form of abuse in society. Sexual violence, including child sexual abuse, is amongst the most devastating crimes a human being can suffer. Its effects on the victim are horrifying, yet they are not confined to them. The trauma often ripples out throughout their family, friends and their communities and ultimately touches society itself. Therefore, it follows in principle that victims of sexual crime must have the clear path to recognition, acknowledgement, truth and justice. And I would concur with Mr Beattie when he is still in there about encouraging people to engage with the criminal justice system now if they feel able to. There is also little doubt that victims of the Troubles have for far too long been overlooked, and that victims of sexual violence during the Troubles in particular have not been sufficiently prioritised. This is an unpalatable truth that the motion rightly speaks to. Mr Deputy Speaker, sadly we must also be honest about the challenges. I know as a member for the Committee for the Executive Office that legacy processes are inherently extraordinarily difficult. Even leaving aside the length of time that has passed and the inherent complexities, the process of developing a process which has widespread trust and which can deliver appropriate acknowledgement and meaningful access to justice will be frustrating and arduous. So it does appear to make sense that the starting point for such a process would be with institutions already in existence. At the same time, we must acknowledge the second element of the motion, calling for these crimes to be included directly in the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill. While we fully support engagement with the UK Government and ensuring victims' concerns are heard, therefore, in principle, we have no difficulty with this. Such a legislative intervention at this stage would not be straightforward, but I do believe that it is the right one. Care must be taken to ensure that any amendment does not unintentionally create legal or procedural complications that could in fact delay or undermine the process of building a system which will deliver recognition and justice to the victims. Dialogue and negotiation involving the new Legacy Commission may, in the end, be the most practical and effective route, regardless of legislative interventions. Nevertheless, we have no issue with exploring whether a legislative intervention may be helpful. I would add also from experience of Executive Office issues that support for victims must extend beyond investigations, and I would very much concur with Pam's comments there around the Victims and Survivors strategy and the excellent work that is being delivered by community and voluntary groups right across Northern Ireland. The support in terms of specialist support services to victims is truly life-changing for them. Mr Deputy Speaker, recognition and truth are important, yes, but this ongoing practical support is very much necessary. So in closing, let me be clear, this path going forward must be about acknowledging the suffering that has too often been deprioritised. It is about sending a message that even decades later, victims of sexual violence during the Troubles are not forgotten and that their suffering is being taken seriously by this Assembly. It is about building a process which will at long last enable them to feel a sense of acknowledgement. The road will be long, but that is the reason why we should be starting it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I call on Sinead McLaughlin. Sinead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak to today's motion and to place on record the SDLP's support. And I also note that both SDLP MPs are co-signatories to the amendment to the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill, which seeks to give legislative effect to what we are actually being debated here today. The SDLP further urges members across the House to have their colleagues support the amendment challenging the limited definition of serious mental and physical harm. That definition matters because it is drawn too narrowly. Victims whose suffering was real, lasting and devastating risk being excluded yet again. At the heart of this motion lies an uncomfortable truth about our past. For too long, the narrative of the Troubles has often been framed in terms of that to either soften or obscure the actual lived reality of the very many victims. The full story is not simply one of causes or of communities. It is also a story of profound harm. It is a story of women subjected to violence and intimidation, of abuse that went unreported because reporting was impossible, of individuals who wielded power without accountability, of families forced to leave their homes to seek nothing more than safety and normality, and sometimes that was very, very hard to find. Women in particular paid a very heavy price. Many endured domestic abuse, sexual violence and coercion in circumstances where fear and silence were enforced. And they would have been called traitors, traitors to the community and traitors to their neighbours. They lived in fear. Too often their suffering was overshadowed by other atrocities and were dismissed entirely. And that must be acknowledged with absolute honesty. We call on this Assembly, and we call on London and on Dublin and all those with influence over legacy to recognise clearly that gender-based violence formed part of that lived experience of the conflict and its aftermath. Turning to the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill, significant challenges remain if this legislation is to command confidence. It is welcome that we are now discussing a bilateral approach between the British and Irish governments through the joint framework, and that marks a necessary shift away from the unilateralism which characterised earlier efforts. The previous legacy legislation was deeply flawed. It was rejected by every party here in Northern Ireland and by the overwhelming majority of the victims and survivor groups. It diminished the rule of law, it created the perception of a hierarchy of victims and undermined confidence that justice and human rights were being upheld. The joint framework at least creates a space for more credible pathways forward. It recognises that the consequences of the Troubles were never confined to Northern Ireland alone. Lives were shattered across these islands. Communities everywhere carry the legacy of that violence. And I particularly welcome the ending of the immunity scheme. Victims have too often seen arrangements that appear to place perpetrators beyond the reach of justice. Time and again, victims were asked to accept compromise while their own suffering remained unresolved. And moving away from immunity is therefore essential to rebuilding that trust. And let us be clear, violence was not inevitable, not at all. And many of us chose not to go down that route. Violence was a choice. Directing terrorism was a choice. The use of agents, collusion and unlawful action were choices. The choices had consequences for innocent people whose lives were changed forever. Disclosure must be central to any credible legacy process. Security institutions must accept that collusion where it occurred, and it too was a crime against humanity. It cannot be shielded by excessive secrecy or by the misuse of national security provisions. Without genuine transparency, any new legacy mechanism will only struggle to gain the confidence of victims and the wider public. Victims and families have waited decades for truth. They deserve more than practical accounts or carefully managed narratives. They deserve the full, unvarnished truth, however horrible it is, about how both state and non-state actors operated. Anything less risks perpetrating hurt, mistrust and injustice. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Deirdre Hargey. Deirdre.
Very much, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this debate today. As you can hear from everyone that has spoken so far, we are a society that's still impacted by the legacy of conflict, and that legacy has impacted right across our communities and in different forms. Death and injury, trauma, mental health, the impact of discrimination policies, and physical planning that physically contained and segregated our communities. Sexual violence has been part of this legacy, and I acknowledge that this has caused huge harm and trauma across our communities. When looking at the impact of our conflict, these voices have not always been heard in the societal conversation. This is on top of a history of poor treatment of victims and survivors of such abuse across our island, by state institutions and others across our society, resulting in many crimes not being reported or victims silenced. We must break that silence. We have seen this come to light, as was referred to earlier, with the Concora scandal, where there is growing evidence that the British state intelligence agencies had knowledge of sexual abuse and did not intervene. The Police Ombudsman's report in 2022 reported stating that complaints that were made about the failure of the police to investigate sexual abuse in the Belfast boys' homes were legitimate and unjustified complaints. If appropriate action was taken at the time, children would not have been further abused. It's important to state that where there's any allegations that exist, the PSNI should investigate. There has been efforts to look at institutional abuse, and in addressing legacy, we must ensure that legislation is victim-centred and, importantly, is compliant with international human rights law. There should be no amnesty and there should be no hierarchy. In dealing with the past, we must also recognise that there are different perspectives and narratives, and that all voices must be heard and included. My own father suffered torture and abuse at the hands of the state by the RUC Special Branch when he was taken to Palace Barracks. He was forced to down and physically tortured, including of a sexual nature, where he was given electric shock treatment on his private parts, and where they laughed and shouted that he would never have children. Thankfully, he had 8 children. That torture continued when he was hooded. He was forced to open his legs. A foreign object was inserted deep into his body, which ruptured his internal digestive system, resulting in him having his spleen removed and half his bowels removed, leaving him with long-term health impacts and having to go through 10 major surgeries to deal with the torture. It also resulted in his early death, leaving my own mother widowed at 52 years of age with 7 children after they lost their firstborn. So I know at first hand the direct impact of what this type of physical and sexual abuse can cause, not just to the victims, but also to their families. The violation, the indignity, the forced strip searching, and the torture, and including the long-term and lasting impacts. And we know this practice was not in isolation. It happened to many, including women in Armagh Jail, who were strip-searched, often with male prison guards present. Practices that were in breach of international human rights law. Practices that have seen this policy extended beyond Ireland to places like Kenya, where Amnesty International compiled a report looking at the allegations of rape and sexual violence, and with the Muamur rebellion, 56 British soldiers tried, with 17 convicted over allegations of gang rape. This is why we need to ensure that any legislation to deal with the legacy of our past must be compliant with international human rights. It must be rooted in a victim-centred approach for all victims. Sinn Féin are committed to this, and we believe any credible legacy mechanism must examine all harms, including those of a sexual nature. Only legacy structures rooted in international human rights standards, and especially in compliance with the ECHR, will command confidence and, importantly, provide the victims with the reassurance that their voice will be heard and their experiences will be acknowledged. Thank you.
Deirdre, I call on Timothy Gaston. Timothy.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. This motion before the Assembly is good insofar as it goes, but it does raise a number of issues. First of all, we have the fact that just a fortnight ago, the majority of MLAs in this chamber endorsed a sanction against me because I had raised paramilitary-linked sexual abuse with the First Minister. Paragraph 24 of the report from the Commissioner for Standards stated, "The question posed by Mr Gaston clearly did not pertain to the work of the Executive Office, and as such, the Chair was fully justified and indeed obliged to intervene in order to uphold the rules and ensure the proper functioning of the committee."
Mr Gaston, I will give, and I normally do, give a degree of latitude and the rest of it, but I want you to come back to the subject of the motion, please.
Absolutely, Deputy Speaker, and that's where I'm getting to. So a sample of the questions that I asked the First Minister was, do you want to take this opportunity to apologise to Maria Cahill? So that brings us back directly to the motion that we are talking about today. Yet here we are today discussing the motion on troubles related to sexual crimes and child abuse, which calls for action from the First and Deputy First Minister. I don't quibble with that at all, nor I don't take exception, or I do not question the right of the UUP to bring the matter before the House, given that they had the good sense to oppose the sanction imposed against me. However, in light of what we've heard here today from the Alliance and SDLP contributions to this debate, I have to call out the hypocrisy that not so long ago those members were happy to ban me from participating in this chamber for 2 days on the basis of a report which said that I had disrupted the work.
Mr Gaston, this debate has been about a very serious issue. Mr Gaston, thank you. I want you to keep your remarks onto the motion. The issues that you have, and declaration of interest, I've had issues with that as well. The issue is very clear. We need to keep to this motion. This motion is about a very serious issue, and I want that kept on that line. Over to you, Mr Gaston. You know what you need to do.
Deputy Speaker, and indeed that is where I want to centre my remarks, but I couldn't let it go past it. Them were the questions that I was trying to raise and was ruled out of order. But I do want to make some comments about the substance of the motion before us. The most notorious case of sexual abuse linked to the IRA is that of Maria Cahill. Yet this motion excludes some of it because its links to sexual violence is to the Legacy Commission. The Commission has a cut-off date of 1998. Anyone familiar with Maria's case will know that while the abuse took place within that time, the Commission deals with the subsequent IRA investigation took place within 1999 and 2000. And if anybody wants to know what Maria has thought of today's debate, all you have to do is look at X. And in response to the comments from Linda Dillon, Maria has tweeted, "During a motion on sexual abuse of children during the Troubles, Sinn Féin has equated prison strip searching to child rape. What an insult to actual victims." So moving on, additionally, Maria has been in contact prior to this to say that that the motion leaves a degree of ambiguity about whether victims of sexual crime linked to terror should go to the PSNI. And I welcome Mr Beattie's comments encouraging all victims to go and use the justice system and report abuse to the PSNI. And I want to be also clear that victims should go to the PSNI about abuse, not just the legacy body, and that the IRA's activity did not stop in 1998. And finally, as I draw my remarks to a close, I want to say that this House needs to get its own structures in order. During the debate on my sanction, Maria Cahill was mentioned in the report, And I have mentioned previously that neither the Commissioner nor the Standards and Privileges Committee thought it to report to the victim and mention to the victim that she would be named during that report.
Could you draw your remarks to a close, Minister?
To take on board our own advice. If we are victim-centred, we need to think of victims at every step of the process.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to address the Chamber today on a motion of profound importance. I want to begin by firstly expressing my deepest sympathy to anyone who has experienced sexual abuse and crime. I have personally met victims of these crimes, and I am always struck by the impact of such trauma and inspired by the resilience and dignity that victims are able to manifest in the face of such evil. Victims deserve truth. They deserve justice. They deserve to be treated with dignity, respect and compassion. The motion before us today recognises the devastating and enduring harm caused by crimes of a sexual nature, including child sexual abuse. I really welcome that across the House today there is so much support for this motion. It has been an issue that has been in the shadows for far too long. Specifically, the motion calls for the UK Government to ensure that the proposed Legacy Commission provides a pathway for victims of Troubles-related sexual violence to seek a legacy investigation. It also seeks to ensure that crimes of a sexual nature, including rape and child sexual abuse, are included as separate qualifying criteria. Let me be very clear, and I speak on behalf of the Office, that we fully support the motion in relation to these issues. And while the motion focuses on the UK Government, and that's where the responsibility will lie in terms of the legislation, I felt it was very important for us to be here today to respond to this motion because, of course, this impacts right across Northern Ireland. But as the department with responsibility for two critical pieces in this, for victims and survivors and supporting victims and survivors, but also with the ending violence against women and girls. And this motion brings together a really important issue that hasn't been explored in the way that it needs to be explored. I want to pay tribute to those really brave people who have stepped forward and campaigned on this issue. I want to pay tribute to Maria Cahill for all that she has done in very, very difficult circumstances. And I see day in and day out the abuse that she takes on social media and other platforms because she has the audacity to speak her truth and to speak out and to ask for these issues to be addressed. So I thank all of those campaigners on this important issue, but indeed on the issue of sexual violence, including child sexual violence, that do step forward. We've heard a little bit about that today as well. There have been many good points that have been raised. It is absolutely right that this important issue of sexual abuse is explicitly included in the legacy mechanisms. It has been kept in the shadows for much too long. There are particular issues that do need to be examined, and I welcome the fact that a number of speakers have touched on that. That also includes the abusive practice that created the environment where women, children and those who were abused felt that they could not go to the police or to the authorities to get justice. And they didn't do so for fear of what would happen to them if they did by members of the community, members of terrorist organisations. Let's call it for what it is. And Sinead McLaughlin, in her contribution, I think said very poignantly that reporting was impossible. But the reality is, of course, that reporting was made impossible, not because of the victims, but because of those around them, very often men who sent clear messages that regardless of the absolutely appalling abuse that has happened, the criminal act that happened to that person, that they could not seek justice. We've heard in this debate some reference to human rights, and it's really important to call that out because, of course, those fundamental human rights, the right to a fair trial, a right to be able to take the person who committed that crime and get justice for that crime, that was denied to generations of women in particular, but those who were abused, including in child abuse, because of the attitudes within some organisations and not being imposed on people. I will indeed.
I was just going to ask, because obviously I give the example of my own father, who was actually sexually and physically abused by RUC Special Branch then, who were supposed to investigate these things. So how do you expect people, particularly from nationalist Republican communities, to have confidence when they were the ones carrying out the abuse also?
I thank the member for her contribution. I want to say from the outset, like, all sexual abuse is wrong, and I'm going to get to a little bit more detail about what the executive is doing, what the department is doing. But let's call that out very clearly. Any abuse, any sexual abuse is absolutely wrong. But I think it's also incredibly important that we do deal with the range of issues that are included within this and call out the truth of that. There may not be a shared view across the office on some of those matters, but I can be very, very clear that when we look back, that was not the reason, with the greatest respect, that the PSNI, the then RUC, and the authorities were not welcome. There was a campaign in relation to state authorities coming in. There was a political campaign around that. There were different reasons that were given. And the result of that was the fact that many, many victims have been denied justice. And worse than that too is the fact that those who perpetrated those crimes, including child sexual abuse, were then able to go on and to repeat those offences because they were not incarcerated, they were not brought to justice about that. And we need to be very clear. And I welcome the fact that Doug Beattie said very clearly in his opening remarks that all victims of sexual abuse should come forward to the PSNI for full investigation. Because let me be very clear, all perpetrators of abuse should absolutely face justice. Absolutely should face justice. I will, but I want to make some progress.
I appreciate the Minister taking an intervention, but do you agree with me that when sexual abuse was reported to the RUC, they did not properly investigate it in the case of the Concora Boys Home? How would people have faith and confidence in a service that actually allowed paedophiles to be embedded into a young boy's home?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I fear that what is happening at the moment, and look, all people who were abused, that needs to be recognised. But we are starting to go down a line of deflection and distraction, quite frankly, because what was known at the time, what has subsequently come to light, and what needs to be investigated, it was absolutely right that the executive stepped up and did an historical institutional abuse inquiry. Indeed, Concora was looked at as part of that inquiry, and I would advise the member to read that report in relation to that. But to try to justify in some way issues that have come to light subsequently for a lack of reporting at that time within certain communities, that a community coercion, the pressure being put on to women not to report at that time to the then RUC, with the greatest respect, is revisionism. And it's not acceptable, because actually there has been consensus across this place, and I think we need to focus on what this motion says, because it is an issue of profound importance. And as I've said, look, everyone who has been the victim of sexual crime should report it. Every victim of sexual crime deserved and did deserve a full investigation, and they deserve that perpetrator to be brought to justice. And that is very much at the heart of her Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. It's about prevention, but it's also about supporting people to get justice. I really welcome the fact that the Chief Constable and the PSNI are close partners with us in that executive strategy of ending violence against women and girls. And they are there because we recognise, and it is recognised and endorsed by the executive, that the PSNI, the police, play a critical role in the support of victims and supporting victims to get justice. Sexual crime is one of the worst violations of human dignity. Serious sexual offences strike at the heart of a victim's sense of self. It causes deep traumatisation. People from all backgrounds, ages, classes and ethnicities are impacted by sexual crime. It happens across all cultures, and we want to stamp it out, and we need to support victims. We are reminded of the impact of these issues today and the work of the many strategies that we are driving forward. Supporting victims and survivors has been a central element of the work of the Executive Office over many years, and currently that support is provided through 3 key work streams: the Strategy for Victims and Survivors, the Strategy to End Violence Against Women and Girls, and our work in communities in transition. In the Strategy for Victims and Survivors, ministers have committed to building a trauma-informed, victim-centred system of support that recognises the lifelong impact of sexual violence and the transgenerational nature of trauma. The strategy emphasises the needs of victims and survivors, including those affected by sexual abuse, and that must drive our policy direction. The support and services the strategy offer are critically important in addressing that trauma. And a key element of the delivery of the strategy is the Victim Support Programme. And last year, nearly £8 million of funding was provided to improve the health and well-being of victims and survivors. I do think that this is an issue that needs to be better integrated within our comprehensive needs assessment. And as more of this will come out, I think it's important that we make sure that the health and support is there as well. We know that violence against women and girls cuts across all generations, all communities and all spheres in our society. It happens every day, everywhere, and impacts how women and girls learn, live, work and socialise. The focus of Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategic framework is on prevention, and we will continue to engage with partners on how to tackle the damaging attitudes and beliefs that can lead to that violence, abuse and harm as well. Communities in Transition Programme plays an important role in strengthening community resilience and safety in areas where paramilitary influence has historically inhibited reporting and of sexual abuse and access to support. Communities in transition are addressing child sexual exploitation and child criminal exploitation through our area-based exploitation projects. It is sad that this is still needed, but we recognise that it is. But those 3 strategies taken together, I hope, demonstrates a little bit what the work of the Executive right throughout many different strands. The legacy of sexual violence is seldom confined to the past. It continues to shape lives in the present. As recent research commissioned by the Executive Office has reinforced, abuse alone has left a devastating imprint on many people here. And as I have said, victims deserve truth, acknowledgement and pathways to justice. I thank everyone for their contributions here today. And we have heard different aspects that feed from this motion, and all of them deserve to be thoroughly examined. Today's motion rightly calls attention to one of the most overlooked aspects of Trouble's legacy. And while death and serious physical injuries are well recognised, criteria within existing legacy structures, sexual offences, rape, sexual assault and child sexual abuse have historically been marginalised within the formal legacy processes. This is not because these crimes were rare, but because they were hidden. Hidden by fear, shame, coercion, community control, paramilitary dominance, and wider culture of silence. As members will know, victims of sexual violence often wait decades before being able to speak. That does not diminish the harm they suffered. It makes it more urgent that the systems of today do not repeat the omissions of the past. It is critically important, therefore, for all the reasons I have outlined above, that the UK Government ensures that any proposed legacy legislation does not narrow or restrict support, recognition or pathways for victims. It must ensure that offences of sexual violence, including child abuse, are not excluded or downgraded in importance within the proposed legacy architecture. It must ensure that nothing is included in the proposals that could deny victims meaningful access to justice. Victims must not be ignored, and they must never be forgotten. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to be absolutely clear. The Executive Office recognises the particular gravity of sexual offences, especially where committed in conflict-affected and coercive environments, the right of victims to have all their cases considered within any legacy investigative system, and the need for the Troubles Bill to reflect the full spectrum of harms experienced during the conflict, not only those resulting in death or visible physical injury. When the new Troubles Bill was announced, the Secretary of State indicated that he hoped that the communities who were most affected by the conflict and Troubles would see this as a way forward in which they have confidence. In order for communities to have confidence, they need reassurance. Reassurance that they can seek justice for crimes of this nature by way of the proposed Legacy Commission. reassurance that they have not been ignored, dismissed or excluded, as so many have been in the past. Those communities also need reassurance that we in the Assembly support them in their journey. We have provided this in the funding for the strategies and programmes, but we must also call it out and show that absolute universal support for truth. In this context, it is entirely appropriate that this Assembly calls on the UK Government to ensure that. Mr Deputy Speaker, finally I want to acknowledge the courage of all victims and survivors who have carried these experiences, often in silence, over decades. Their persistence is the reason we are debating this issue today, and we owe them a debt of gratitude for the resilience they have shown.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy First Minister. I call on Diane Armstrong to wind in the debate, and Diane, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I commend my colleague Doug Beattie for bringing this motion to the Assembly today, and I rise to echo many of the sentiments expressed by members across this Assembly, and it has been a hard listen at times, but we do so acknowledging the pain and suffering that has gone unrecorded that really needs to be addressed through what this motion is seeking to do. And there are some issues that should not divide us along party lines, and this must be one of them. Even those who believe there was no alternative to violence, and I firmly maintain there was and always will be, must surely accept that crimes of a sexual nature are profoundly insidious and utterly evil, and there can be no equivocation on that point. Sexual violence is not an unfortunate byproduct of conflict. It is a deliberate act that destroys dignity, strips away innocence, and leaves scars that last a lifetime. Around the world, we have seen how sexual abuse is used as a weapon of terror, deployed to instill fear, exert coercive control, and shatter communities from within. Northern Ireland was not immune from that horror, yet too often those who suffered such crimes during the Troubles have been overlooked, marginalised, or simply left out of the conversation. The lasting psychological impact of sexual abuse does not end with the individual. It radiates outward, affecting families, relationships, and entire support networks. A part of a person is irreparably damaged physically and psychologically, and the trauma experience can endure for decades. That is why the criteria for inclusion in the Legacy Commission cannot simply be lifted from another category with a few words altered. These crimes require explicit and separate recognition. To subsume them under broader headings would once again render these victims invisible. Mr Speaker, this motion is not about scoring points at all. It is about principle. It is about ensuring those that suffered sexual abuse and child abuse during the Troubles are no longer overlooked, no longer forgotten, and no longer treated as an afterthought in our legacy processes. If we truly wish to build a society based on justice and respect, then we must start by recognising every victim and ensure the victims of Troubles-related sexual violence are also entitled to a legacy investigation process, and that these crimes are included in the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill. And now turning to some members...
Would my colleague keep going?
Certainly, yes, thank you.
Could I just ask my colleague to acknowledge that I made a slight mistake within my contribution, and that is Maria Cahill did not go to the IRA for an investigation. The IRA forced her to have an investigation, and I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you, and yes, I'm sure that's noted. Thank you for that intervention. And just turning to some of the contributions here in the Chamber today, and I do welcome the support that has been given to this motion, and in no particular order. I just start with Sinead there. It was a very powerful representation you gave us of the need, of the full story of the profound harm that women suffered being subjected to violence, and how that has remained in many cases unresolved, and like many members echoed across the Chamber, the fear of going to the PSNI, to the RUC at that time, that they felt that they were excluded within their community if they did speak out, and the fear of what would happen to them for doing so. And you did say that victims deserve the full unvarnished truth. Deirdre Hargreaves spoke about how her family was how her own father's experience affected their family, affected him, and that any legislation, any legacy legislation, should be centred around international human rights to command confidence. Turning to, and I think I've actually lost my notes because I was writing so much down to try and cover this. So really just turning to other comments that I have here. Timothy Gaston, he raised some issues, but Timothy, we were speaking in the here and now about this debate today, and I do know you do accept the impact of violence against women and girls, violence of a sexual nature as well, about children, and you did welcome Doug Beattie calling and encouraging all victims to go to the PSNI. The Deputy First Minister, yes, we heard from the Deputy First Minister about the work the Executive is doing and the importance that every victim deserves full justification, and to be heard, their story has to be heard. So I do think that those who perpetrated, and you made a very, very important point, that those who perpetrated the crimes often went unreported, and they went on to be perpetrators in further instances, and that is something that is really very, very hard for people to see in a community, that the same perpetrator was at large and able to continue those despicable acts. So I thank everybody for their comments today in the Chamber, and I would like to support the motion brought by the UUP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much indeed for this debate held in a sensitive manner. And I appreciate the personal issues, and I appreciate the sensitivity that many of these things touch on. And indeed, it's probably one of the problems of our past that we have to address, and I think it's important that that is addressed. That wasn't a political speech, that was just an observation I was making from the Chair. But thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen, for that. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker, not yet, take your ease.
Okay, members, item 6 in the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given Dr Steve Aiken leave to raise the matter of flooding along the 6 Mile River. I call Dr Aiken. You'll have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker, and thank you for chairing this adjournment debate on flooding along the 6 Mile River. May I start first of all by thanking the many constituents who have been in touch with me over this issue. In particular, I would like to thank the Antrim District Angling Association, those unfortunate residents we have helped who have been inundated with floodwaters, or even more regrettably, with sewage and other grey water effluent. By our great local councillors, our Mayor, Leah Kirkpatrick, Councillor Vera McWilliams and Councillor Stuart Wilson, and Robin Swan MP, and his and our office teams, and our numerous council workers, the PSNI, the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, and the numerous members of the public who all stepped up to deal with the recent floods. I would also like to thank those officials from DAERA, DFI Rivers, Northern Ireland Water and our local council who have been speaking with me, not just over this recent flooding, but with their very real concerns raised over the last many years. With the exception of council officials, the other public servants who have come to our office, I've also been contacted by some officials anonymously. This is because they have come to the conclusion that they are not regrettably being listened to. Minister, the sad issue is that the flooding along the 6 Mile, its tributaries, its streams and its associated fluvial zones was entirely predictable, and the warning signs have been around for well over a decade or more. As I am sure the Minister has been briefed by officials that the 6 Mile covers the majority of the South Antrim constituency. It is the riparian heart of Antrim and Newtonabbey. It's the home to species of brown trout, including the rare Dolligan. It's a salmon spawning ground. It's the home to otters, kingfishers, herons, swans, ducks, and many other aquatic species. It has also been subject to several severe pollution incidents, with fish kills caused by runoffs from waste treatment plants, slurry inundations and the release of chemicals. The 6 Mile is a fragile ecosystem, but one that is now under severe and increasing pressure from 2 significant factors. The first, the climate emergency, but the second is from the sclerotic and deadening hand of bureaucracy and regulation. Storm Chandra has just been one of the ever-increasing severe weather events that is deluging Northern Ireland with so-called 100-year weather events. Events that are now occurring with a much greater frequency than once a century. It seems an analysis begins to show that storms are bringing much more concentrated amounts of rainfall. 100-year events seem to be happening on a monthly basis, or even bi-monthly basis at the moment we seem to have. This often overwhelms river banks that have been denuded of vegetation, storm drains that haven't been maintained for years, water and sewage infrastructure that hasn't been invested in. Running straight off tarmac over gardens, along badly drained car parks, all trying to find natural water courses that have been blocked by developments. No longer attenuated by dams placed there over a century and a half ago, reduced in size because of reservoirs legislation that was until recently neglected in departmental reshuffles, and running off supersaturated land. The one thing, Mr. Speaker, that spending 3 decades in the Royal Navy has taught me is that the water always wins, unless it is carefully managed. Residents in my constituency in Riverside, Dunadry, Ballyclare, Ballynure and along the banks of the 6 Mile River have all seen their properties damaged, roads cut off and blockages along the river and its tributaries adding to road surface flooding. But the effects have been wider. With the saturation of the water table, the land cannot absorb more, and therefore this continues to run off into the tributaries across most of South Antrim. However, when these meet the main river at its highest level, this standing water forces water to back up, with even some homes that are on higher ground and have never been subject to flooding finding that surface runoff has nowhere to go. And with much of our drainage either being impeded, blocked or just with pipes unable to deal with the quantities of water, for instance in the Ballycore Road in Ballyclare, it overspills into common storm drains, forcing sewage out into the streets, or worse, coming back up out of toilets and drains in people's homes. This has turned, Minister, the previously mentioned Ballycore Road's potholes, pot craters and pot canyons into a reasonable scale model of the Grand Canyon with added sludge. I have heard, indeed some civil servants love met-splaining to me, and for a declaration I did help fund the Climate Emergency Research Centre at the Hadley Centre for several years on a previous job. These water inundations are unpredictable. They are only unpredictable if you don't bother looking at the latest predictions. I took the opportunity recently to examine the data and the modelling being used by the many departments that should have a responsibility for flood management. I have recently asked written questions as to whether the recent flood extents have been mapped against the existing flood maps and flood map projections. Members may not be aware that the provision of detailed mapping is the responsibility of the Minister of Finance, who is responsible for the Ordnance Survey. And he has to work with the Infrastructure Minister to keep the mapping updated, which is also the responsibility of DFI Rivers, whose objectives include reducing the numbers of properties at risk of inundation. The Minister is also responsible for Northern Ireland Water. Indeed, given the very real challenges flooding in the Greater Belfast area, Northern Ireland Water produced a Living with Water plan, which could form a model for other catchment areas, though this has been shelved on an indefinite basis by the Minister. The Derry Minister can't be left out either, with responsibility for dealing and monitoring with emergency water pollution. Local area planning is the responsibility of Antrim and Newton Abbey Council, based on the information provided by the statutory agencies, and they seek to meet the needs for development against the constraints of the environment. However, local planners can only act within the guidance they are given. If we look at the most strategic planning policy statement, SPPS, Edition 2, 2025, it clearly states that developments should be avoided in areas with increased vulnerability to climate change, particularly those areas at considerable risk to flooding. The flooding reference and guidance it refers to is PPS 15, the Revised Planning and Flood Risks, which was dated in September 2014. And as far as I can see, unless I'm corrected, that uses data from the Met Office projections of 2004. I can see no modelling or mapping data that is recent, i.e. within the last 5 years. I do hope my analysis is wrong, but to be basing local development plans on data nearly a quarter of a century old, at the time of rapidly changing climate conditions, does seem to be suboptimal at least. I could go on about AEP, annual exceedance probability, the annual probability of a flood exceeding the peak floodwater level, a method that is utilised in other jurisdictions, but again that would rely on up-to-date data and mapping on when the last update using the precautionary approach was made on susceptibility to floods were made. But I suspect the answer will be similar. If it was looking at data from 2004 and hasn't been updated since then, it's little surprise that the planning guidance doesn't provide for adequacy. While Northern Ireland civil service officials will be using and analysed data from who knows when, the insurance industry definitely isn't. And they are making near real-time actuarial predictions on flood damage and claims. This would be much to the detriment of my constituency, who bought their homes in good faith based on planning policy, which is way out of date. However, Minister, the 6 Mile is also an opportunity for environmental and flood management. As local organisations such as our Anglers Association have said, use the river to help us. Replant suitable vegetation along the riverbanks. Create natural suds. After all, in Ballyclare, the bog meadows were called the bog meadows for a particular reason. That used to absorb the flooding. Creation of biodiversity buffers. We should be taking our 6 Mile River and turning its natural amenities into one that all can enjoy, and look to making much of it as a contiguous park across our council areas. The floods are also a wake-up call to you and other ministers to stop ignoring the responsibilities to ensure that you have updated policies and, above all, modelling of what is happening and what is likely to happen. These so-called 100 years events won't be as 100 years apart as some think. They won't even be annual events. As we've already seen, with the amount of rainfall we're having, we're looking at extreme weather events up to 4 to 5 or maybe 6 times a year. And it won't just be in the winter that we're going to be affected. It will be affected in all seasons, including the summer. These flooding events are not unpredictable, and my constituents and the people across Northern Ireland can't be refused the best guidance and planning policy because officialdom hasn't updated its basic information or policy for a quarter of a century. That, Minister, is not an act of unpredictable extreme weather. That's a failure of policy. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Call Declan Kearney, up to 5 minutes, Mr. Kearney.
Thank you, and my thanks to my colleague for bringing this debate to the House today.
The hurt caused to the residents of Riverside, Mazarine Street, Meadowside in particular, and their resilience in those communities, little neighbourhoods which border the 6 Mile water, and against the backdrop of the most recent devastating flood and the damage which was caused to their properties and to their neighbourhoods, very, very historic neighbourhoods of Antrim Town. And there's a long history, regrettably, of flooding within these areas. The most recent incident caused by Storm Chandra is the worst flood to impact local residents' homes since the extreme weather event which took place in August 2008. On 28th of January last, the day after Storm Chandra, I joined my party colleague and Minister for Infrastructure, Liz Kimmins, in a visit to Riverside to meet with residents directly impacted. And that was an opportunity for the Minister to hear from local people about the pattern of flooding which this community has endured for many years, and to also hear about their real fears about the prospect of future heavy rain and potential rising river levels again. At that time and since, through formal correspondence with the Minister, I have urged her to expedite completion of the flood risk feasibility study, which is scheduled to be concluded in the summer. But it is imperative that this report delivers concrete recommendations with the capacity to guarantee the safety of local people and their homes. I have explained to the Minister and her officials that there must now be a strategic focus upon the contributory factors to the swell of the 6 Mile water during exceptional rainfall. And these include upstream developments, associated planning decisions, a failure to comply with planning decisions, and the ineffectiveness of the existing drainage infrastructure, particularly in the vicinity of Riverside and Mazarine Street. I note the Minister's response to my assertion that there was a complete collapse in the departmental response on that day, and that the review which I requested into the failure of the critical response measures that day has now been carried out. Immediate action is required to allay residents' genuine fears. So I'm relieved that operational and communication protocols at Riverside have been reviewed and updated with immediate effect to ensure strengthening of future operational readiness. The Minister has stated that she welcomes the constructive and robust nature of the meeting hosted by the residents group, Riverside and Mazarine Street residents group, on the 4th of February, and as a result will now proceed with a meeting of the Regional Community Resilience Group in the coming weeks. In my ongoing representations to the Minister, I welcome that she has also agreed to authorise senior officials to meet with RAMS in advance to brief on decisions and actions already agreed, and to use that engagement to inform the approach of the next meeting of the RCRG. I welcome that the Minister will also invite local elected representatives from the area to attend this meeting. Yes.
Would the member appreciate, we obviously had some issues in South Down that were quite similar, and I know that the department would like to see the development of this, and it would be great to see finance for it, which is better weather predictions, because there may be a case where we get a weather warning that encapsulates the whole of the north, but yet the rain may only fall in very dedicated places, and there is the potential for better weather predictions to really pinpoint where that's going to happen and then target those resources in. Now, I know it's going to cost money and money is scarce, but it would be a helpful thing to your residents as well.
Well, thank you for that intervention, and I agree we do require a holistic and a strategic focus to be taken, and that type of approach I think would be very helpful to everybody within the region. The kind of approach that is being set out is necessary to provide reassurance to local people that they've not been abandoned until the onset of the next flooding incident. They, and we, their representatives, need to know that appropriate agencies have the resources and plans in place to meet their responsibilities and to intervene effectively in case of future increased river levels. The flooding associated with the 6 Mile water has now become an issue of public confidence, and there must be a step change taken on an interagency basis. And that must include an NIW review of drainage infrastructure, and I am seeking appropriate action in this regard. My own and residents' concerns about the standard of existing infrastructure are well known to the agency, because we presented these directly to NIW in December 2024. In conclusion, this evening, I would urge the Minister to support my call for this review to be undertaken as a matter of priority, so that where defects and weaknesses are identified, the remedial works can be programmed without delay.
Trevor Clark.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my colleague from Southampton for securing this debate. And I want to put record and concur with lots of the remarks that's already been made in terms of the issues that we witnessed that day. Albeit when I came in, I thought it was part of a political broadcast for the Ulster Unionist Party, and then had to ask my colleague what was going on, because I thought we were here to talk about the 6 Mile River. Look, the events, and it's been rightly made by my colleague opposite in terms of what happened that day and the effects that those have had. And there's no surprise to any of us, because many of us were then attending the meeting that was organised, which has been rightly identified by the RAMS. And unlike my colleague opposite, I would like to commend those organisers of that. It was a very useful event. It was a very cordial event. And I have to put in my record the thanks to all of the officials from all of the different agencies who were there and broke into the various groups to try and understand what happened. But it was clear that evening, and it's been recognised tonight, that there was a breakdown in the protocols that were set in place since the previous floods. Indeed, I was in an unfortunate position to be involved in those in 2008 as a representative for the area, and having an office actually at the end of Mazarine Street, and could see the effects that I had of those people then and ever since, because as has been said in the previous debate, these people are living on rain watch or river watch. Every occasion that there's rain, they're out checking the heights of the rivers. Indeed, actually, at that event last week, or a couple of weeks ago, following the most recent flooding events, there was a lady who was actually fit to tell us at the certain times of the day what meterage the river was at that occasion. So it's concerning that that's how these people live their lives. And I do acknowledge the Minister was there, albeit belatedly, but there's reference also made to other developments whenever the previous speaker was talking about complying and failure to comply with planning conditions. But the Minister, you were in the constituency a number of months ago looking at a retrospective SUDS development which wasn't put in place whenever the development was initially occupied. The people were moved into those houses, and it was only after some time there was a recognition that the developer had failed to do what he should have done subject to planning, and then retrospectively put in the SUDS. And I have to say, and I'll put in record, people in Antrim were very disappointed. You visited that on that occasion to see a retrospective application which had an impact on their houses. But I'm sure it was acknowledged. I'm sure they were pleased to see you the day you did came after the floods. But it is important that not talking about what about, but it's actually, but at the same time we have to. What are we going to do? What is going to be the long-term effect of these people? On that morning, I went to Ballyclare to lift my party colleague and I thought it was an exaggeration about how bad the weather was. I drove the Temple Patrick Road, and Temple Patrick Road was almost impassable because of the volume of water that was in the road. The fields the whole way from Temple Patrick to Ballyclare was just like a sea, something I had never seen before. I turned on the Jubilee Way, and where there's new houses approved to be built, where those houses are going to be built in a few months' time, it's completely flooded. It was part of the river. So that's concerning for me, and I'm sure it'll be concerning for those who want to invest in those properties. But as sure as we all know, night is day, or day follows night. When those houses are built, there's going to be further impact on the river. So all of these things, the residents in the residents has been rightly identified as Riverside, Meadowside and Mazarine Street, who were most affected by that recent flood, are concerned every time they hear about development close to the 6 Mile water. And I would go further. I think anywhere in terms of the catchment at all will have an effect. And I'm known for being pro-development, and I will always be pro-development because people need homes to live in. But we need to be building homes, but we also need to be doing the infrastructure in such a way.
It was noteworthy in Ballynear, of all places. One of the problems was because of the height of the river. Actually, the drainage couldn't get away, and there was flooding around the school and school areas as well. That hasn't been seen before, but actually it was predicted.
And likewise, that's actually the early results of Riverside was the drains couldn't get back out into the river and filled up, as has already been recognised. And there was a protocol in place, and it did fail. The residents, and I'm sure anybody who watched television will have seen the residents referring to making calls from 9 o'clock in the morning, and the pumps didn't arrive till the afternoon. But look, that's all been taken on board. It was very good to see that the agencies got together after that meeting to try and get a plan in place. It's welcome to hear even tonight before the Minister speaks, but certainly I can take it if our party colleagues said it, that it's an agreed line from the Minister, that is now in place. But moreover, there needs to be something wider in terms of a moratorium on planning until we get to resolution. Because every time, reference has been made about the old houses or the old parts of Antrim. They were old, but they were new one time, but they were family homes, and they mean a lot to the individuals who own those. But there's real concerns every time that new developments is further upstream, that the impact that it's going to have. So we need to find a resolution. At the same time, we can't end development for new homes for young families.
Blair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that this important issue has been brought before the Assembly this evening, and I want to thank my South Antrim colleague Steve Aiken for securing this debate. The discussion is particularly timely given the recent and sadly in many areas ongoing flooding being experienced across my South Antrim constituency. I pay tribute to residents for their organised reaction during the floods recently and for their proactive approach in organising meetings after the events. I also want to thank the Infrastructure Minister for taking the time to visit South Antrim just a couple of weeks ago to witness firsthand the devastation caused by the flooding and for being here in the Chamber today to respond to the debate. Mr. Speaker, as climate change accelerates, heavier and more frequent rainfall is becoming a regular feature of our weather and a reality. We have endured an exceptionally wet winter, and what were once in a decade events are now occurring with regularity. The recent devastation is yet another stark reminder of the long overdue need for a comprehensive flood alleviation scheme along the 6 Mile water and other locations in South Antrim. It is deeply frustrating to be repeatedly contacted by distressed constituents, while I and others, members who are here included, have consistently pressed the Infrastructure Minister and her predecessors for mitigation measures. Ministers have indicated that there may be progress on an alleviation scheme by summer 2026. That work must proceed without delay, and I will continue to press for it both inside and outside this chamber. My own frustration, Mr. Speaker, is nothing compared with that of those living with daily flood risk, people who fear for their safety, their families and their homes and businesses every time heavy rain is forecast. I have seen that fear again at the end of January and the start of February, particularly in Ballyclare, Denadry, Glenavy and other communities across South Antrim, especially.
I think the most interesting thing about, maybe for the Minister's perspective, in areas that previously were thought to be flood prone, or at least areas you would consider beside culverts, ditches or small streams, it's now much wider. There's even estates in Ballyclare that were getting flooded, which are actually nowhere near any rivers or whatever it is on higher ground.
That is why, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the intervention. That is why the flood alleviation plans must examine and assess the entire 6 Mile water catchment area and development areas around it. What I was saying there was that the flooding seen in Ballyclare, Denadry, Glenavy and other communities across South Antrim, but especially seen in those residential streets around Antrim town, where both fear and flooding have been a reality on so many occasions. The negative impact of continued development and associated runoff along the banks of the 6 Mile could no longer be questioned, and this reality must form a part of future strategy in both planning and infrastructure terms. Flooding along the 6 Mile is not only a threat to homes, roads and businesses, it's also an environmental crisis. When the river bursts its banks, it carries sediment, agricultural runoff, nutrients and pollutants into the wider catchment, which of course includes Lough Neagh. Flood events damage water quality, undermine biodiversity and further strain already fragile ecosystems. We have all seen the images of blue-green algal blooms and the severe pressures on Lough Neagh, and we need not be willingly contributing further to that situation. It is vital that the Infrastructure Minister rapidly brings forward robust flood alleviation plans for areas historically affected by flooding, so we won't be back here next autumn and winter making the same requests. Those residents who have faced repeated flooding can be assured that I will continue to raise with the Minister and seek the matters with the Minister and seek the detailed updates she has promised on the flood alleviation scheme for the area. My constituents cannot wait for the next storm to find out whether lessons have been learned. I've raised the issue before, I raise it again this evening, and I will continue to do so until the people of South Antrim see the meaningful climate-proofed action they deserve.
Tom Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome this motion to the House this evening and thank my colleague Steve Aiken for tabling this adjournment debate, which is really important. I also want to put on record my thanks to the Minister for being here to hear this debate this evening as well. Flooding along the 6 Mile River is not a new issue. It has been happening for years, as we all know, affecting the same communities, the same homes and the same roads time and time again. This is not about freak weather events, it's repeated, predictable flooding, and residents are rightly asking why nothing has changed. Previous ministers, including Sinn Féin ministers, have visited these communities and seen the damage firsthand. Yet years on, people are still asking the same questions. Where is the plan? What is being done? And when will this be fixed? I want to be clear, it's not a criticism of frontline staff within the Department of Infrastructure who work hard, who members regularly engage with constructively. The issue is leadership, direction and the delivery at a strategic level. What communities see is a system that reacts after flooding happens rather than preventing it. Visits take place, reviews are carried out, but the flooding continues. Planning decisions are part of the problem, we know. We continue to see development pressures without proper alignment with drainage capacity, flood risk management or road infrastructure, leaving communities downstream to deal with the consequences, but planning alone is not the excuse. The real issue is an absence of clear, coordinated, catchment-wide flood prevention approach for the 6 Mile River. My constituents are crying out for a solution. These are people whose homes have been flooded, whose possessions have been destroyed, who live with constant anxiety every time heavy rain is forecast, and that is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. So I ask the Minister to what immediate steps will be taken to deliver a coordinated flood prevention approach for communities along the 6 Mile River, and when residents can expect to see real progress on the ground. And I do appreciate that both myself and John Blair have asked recent questions of the Minister for Infrastructure, and she has agreed, thankfully, to a meeting of the delegation of some of the affected residents. Residents clearly want solutions. They are living day in, day out, watching, as my colleague says, rain watch, weather watch. It is a horrendous place to be. I have family members in Riverside. They were there in 2008, there today. So we know very well the impact this has on day-to-day lives. We've all seen that, but we really do need to see good cooperation across departments and absolute action taken to give assurance to the residents that are affected that actually we can come up with solutions, and we can help them with that daily battle with that rain and water. So I do thank the Minister for her attention to this debate today, and I hope and trust that she can provide us with some comfort going forward on how we can deal with this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call the Minister. Liz Kimmins, you've got up to 10 minutes, Minister.
And I want to thank Steve Aiken for bringing this debate this evening. And I also want to acknowledge, firstly, the distress that has been experienced, mainly by residents, businesses and the wider community impacted by 6 Mile Water River. Neither I nor anyone in my department wants to see this level of disruption and, I suppose, harm to an extent that is caused across the region. And as members mentioned, I did go out to visit Riverside, and I did that because I genuinely care. This is something that impacts people in my constituency, so I know the far-reaching effects that has on people, on their physical and mental health. People talked about being on rain watch, and it's something I'm always very conscious of for anyone that has been affected by flooding at any stage. That never leaves you, and you're constantly worrying every time we see heavy rainfall, which, as members have rightly pointed out, is becoming more and more frequent. So for many people, it's becoming their everyday concern and something that they're constantly having to deal with. The reality is that approximately 45,000 properties here, which is about 5% of all properties across the north, are currently identified as being at flood risk from rivers to sea or surface water. And with climate change that we know is having an impact, and that's taken into consideration, the number of properties that will be at risk increases by approximately 14,800.
Thanks very much, Minister. I think the issue about sort of the mapping is fundamental, and indeed I've written to you and I've also written to the Finance Minister about updating on the mapping. I've asked the question with the recent flood inundation, has that actually been taken and looked at against what the flood maps actually had? And it's my understanding is that they don't match in any way because of the amount and volume of water there's been. And that's what raised me to the point of the question about when was the data taken. So could the Minister please investigate when we were able to update the modelling and update the flood mapping that we have? Because I understand the insurance industry have updated mapping, but our concern is that's not available to either the planners or to residents themselves.
Cover some of that later because I don't want to go off too far and then I'll lose my train of thought. But I suppose given what we're dealing with warmer air, climate change, and the increased rainfall intensity, these are all the factors that we have to be taken into consideration. And I know certainly the department, particularly DFI Rivers, have been working on this for some time. I think particularly after 2023 when we saw such a significant flooding and the impact of that. But that remains a challenge without the continued and adequate investment in our infrastructure that we are dealing with. Many of the services that we provide continue to be under strain, and the work that we need to do, particularly around flood alleviation, always is challenging because we know where all of the key areas are at this point in time that need investment, and we have to make decisions around prioritisation, and that's something we have to do right across the department. As members have mentioned around Storm Chandra last month, this followed the third wettest autumn on record and the second wettest January, with 100.8 millimetres of rainfall recorded in a single day in Kate's Bridge, which is well beyond previous site records, and this resulted in the prolonged spells of heavy rain that we saw significant flooding mainly across the south and east. As members will know, my department is the lead government department for strategic coordination of emergency response to storm impacts on the road network and to significant flooding. And following the Met Office's weather warnings, we aim to move quickly and work closely with partner organisations to mitigate the impacts as far as possible. In anticipation of Storm Chandra, officials met with multi-agency partners, including councils, through the established channels for considering the preparation for and management of such an incident. And this led to the establishment of a PSNI-led multi-agency tactical coordination group, which met before Storm Chandra began and ensured coordinated 24/7 engagement with emergency partners throughout the event. My department's major emergency response plan was then activated, and the Departmental Emergency Management Group was put in place to consider the impacts of the storm from a departmental perspective. Our operational teams responded to over 1,000 incidents, including more than 600 flooding reports and 370 obstructions in the road network. And as part of that work, staff work continuously to clear drainage infrastructure, remove fallen trees and debris, undertake pumping operations, deploy sandbags, install flood barriers and grit the network to maintain public safety during the ice weather warning. Okay.
I appreciate the Minister giving way on that point, and I'm not trying to make a, well, I'm trying to make a point. I hear what you're saying in terms of all of those things that they're doing, and we appreciate they're all busy. However, there was a protocol in place and there was the pumps in place, and actually, just for your own benefit, on the night of the meeting, the officials said that the pump was away somewhere on the East Coast. And I mean, that's no comfort to the residents, and really what we're wanting to hear from you, Minister, is that those things are resolved. We appreciate they're all very busy, but if there's supposed to be a dedicated pump in Antrim, we need a dedicated pump in Antrim.
So I thank the member for that point, and I suppose what I'm setting the scene here in terms of what was happening across the board on that evening. I absolutely understand that. That doesn't give people comfort, especially if water's coming in. And I met with Jim and David and was in their home and heard firsthand the experience that they had, which was absolutely horrendous. And hoping that someone's going to come or somebody's going to offer some sort of support, and not seeing that, it's just you know, it's unimaginable. So I think, as I'll maybe explain later in my response, that meeting that night reflected that we recognised where things maybe didn't turn out as they should have. But what we did do was look at that in the immediate aftermath and say, how do we tighten that up? And I have responded to members in relation to that, to how quickly we've acted and how we hopefully can offer that reassurance. But that's an interim measure, and I'm very conscious of that. That is not a long-term solution to any of the issues that we're here to discuss. But I hope in that, you know, we saw just how quickly, and I know one of the guys there actually works as a Marie Curie nurse and having to leave work and all of those. That broader impact, I think, is so important in the midst of all this, when something that you think we should be able to address there and then. I suppose in terms of that prevention piece as well, I mean, it speaks to Mr Aiken's points. Planning and flood risk policy here follows a very precautionary approach, with the development in flood-prone areas avoided wherever possible. And this was something that was raised with us on the ground with residents around planning and development. And members will be aware that my department's Rivers Directorate is a planning consultee, a statutory consultee to the planning process, which is obviously carried out through council, and we do take this very much into consideration. I can't speak to specific applications that have happened in the past, but I recognise the concerns that have been raised both by members here and also residents on the ground, and we take that away. So I'm not sure whether that had been raised at the time and applications have went through, or whether we felt at that point in time that they weren't in a flood-prone area as such, or wouldn't have had the impact that people believe they have. But I suppose it's to assure members that is very much taken seriously, because I think, given the experience we're now having, we're seeing right across the board, as we see more and more of these events, this is becoming a more and more challenging issue, and more areas, I think someone did mention this as part of the debate, are now a high risk of flooding that never would have flooded previously. So that will very much change how we do respond to a lot of applications and things as well, I think, going forward, and how seriously we take that, because we can't encourage someone to build a house when we know that it's going to be flooded. So all of that has to be taken into consideration. And members will know as part of that process, applicants must submit a flood risk assessment and or a drainage assessment demonstrating the appropriate measures will effectively mitigate against flood risk to the proposed development and will not increase flood risk elsewhere. So I suppose that is part of that process as well. In terms of protection, the development of flood alleviation schemes and the maintenance of drainage infrastructure is at the core of our activities. Presently, my department has over 50 projects on our Capital Works programme, and over half of which have been driven by the proactive work in implementing the Floods Directive. As I've mentioned earlier, delivery of these schemes is complex and involves a number of key stages, including feasibility, design, procurement and construction. And as members have mentioned, the one in particular for Riverside and the 6 Mile Water area is going through the feasibility stage, and we hope to see that concluding soon. In line with this, my department remains committed to strengthening future preparedness, and I think that's what we all want to see. That's what we're all speaking to. Colin McGrath, I know he's not here now, had mentioned around proper weather forecasting and how we can be more prepared, which is why I'd allocated money to the development of a flood forecasting centre this year. I think that in itself will enable us to get better data so that we can better prepare. We can't always predict the impact of this, but I suppose the more information we have, the better preparedness we can implement. And that also happens, that works through the multi-agency partnerships as well, training of staff through the civil contingencies, learning and development strategy, and I think the community resilience piece, and we mentioned the RCRG work that's happening within this area as well is critical to this, and I've seen that in other areas and how well that can work. I'm conscious of time, but if the Speaker would give me a wee bit of flexibility just to get to the end. So as I said, it's currently anticipated the feasibility study should be complete by the summer, and any opportunities to accelerate work on that study will be taken. So I want to assure members, if we are able to expedite this, we absolutely will, recognising just how important it has been. Since Storm Chandra, we've reviewed, as I've said, isolated problem areas and taken immediate actions to enhance operational resilience. Further follow-up work continues, including detailed investigations, capturing lessons learned and facilitating urgent meetings or discussions with a number of those impacted by the storm. This engagement will continue through the work of the RCRGs, of which now there are 50 groups across the north. And these are adding another layer to building that resilience and preparedness for communities right across the north, not us stepping away from our responsibilities. My Rivers operational team will continue its inspection and maintenance regime in relation to the designated watercourses, including 6 Mile Water and their associated infrastructure within the Antrim area. And if an inspection determines that there is a blockage significantly impeding the free flow of water within the watercourse or that drainage infrastructure, then works will be programmed accordingly. And I suppose just, as we've said there, I think in all of these cases, and without taking away from what happens in one area, resources are heavily stretched when we see significant flooding happen across the north, and we're trying to prioritise where we can get to and where it will have the best impact. But I think certainly there has been lessons learned from this specific incident, and we want to make sure that we're doing more to build that confidence with the community, but also get ahead of any future events in preparation for longer term measures that are in train. So look, in closing, I just want to thank all the members for their contributions this evening. I do appreciate the opportunity to outline where we are at as a department, but also to really reinforce and emphasise just how important this issue is to me as Minister, but also to the department in terms of finding solutions and protecting people moving forward. So I look forward to continued engagement with all the members and with the community, and to thank everyone for their contributions this evening.
Thank you. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.